Namaste and welcome back to my YouTube channel. And in this video, we're going to launching the data analysis crash course using Python. In this course, we're going to learn the Python data analysis library called Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, and Seaborn. And also, we're going to do the two projects at the last of the video. In the first project, we're going to see that how can you handle data, how can they collect the data from the different data source, and also how can we handle the missing value, all of the stuff. At the last project, we're going to see one automated data analysis applications using Python. I designed this course so that a beginner can understand it easily. So without wasting our time, har har Mahadev ke start karte हैं tutorial. So I divide this video into two parts, and part number one, you're discussing about the Pandas data frame, Pandas series, and Pandas basic operations. In the part number two, discussing about that how can you load on file using Pandas and do some basic operations in like data analysis, data visualization, and so on. So now we see that how can you install the Pandas on our local machines. So in order to installing this library using your terminal, you need to open your command prompt in the Windows. If you are using Windows, just open your terminal and you need to type here the command that's called the pip install pandas. So let's say pip install pandas like that. So if I enter, you can see fatal error in the launcher because of I have two versions of Python. One is Python 3.8.5 and another one is called Python 3.6, right? So if you are using multiple versions of Python for any testing purposes or any project purposes, so you can also follow this one, that how can you install the library for your single version of Python 2, right? So let's say I am trying to install the Python library for Python 3.8. So for that, I have to give here my Python interpreter name. So my Python interpreter name is Python and m and pip install pandas. So pip install pandas like that. And you can see it is installing this library in my system. Okay, that's having error because I do some mistake on here. Copy that and paste and install pandas. So like that, pandas. So it is installing this library right now. You can see requirement already satisfied. So let's say I'm trying to install this library for my another version of Python that is already available. I mean, installed in my system. Let's call Python 3.6. So Python 3.6, my interpreter name and m pip install pandas, right? Like that. Okay. And you can see requirement already satisfied. That's been this pandas library is already installed in my Python 3.6 also. Now the question is, how can you install in this library using your Jupyter notebook or your Google Colab? So for that, simply maybe you need to type here the pip install the pandas like that. Shift enter. Maybe it is installing this library on your system. See, it is loading the file. That's when it is trying to install in this library. Yes, you can see requirement already satisfied. But when you are using the Google Colab notebook, maybe you're getting some error. So for that, you need to use here this exclamation sign in installing this library. But the question is, it's not working in my case because I have multiple versions of Python. So that's why I need to give here my Python interpreter name and m, and you can see pip install pandas. It is really working. The star sign and just try to checking for the pandas library already installed or not. And you can see a requirement already satisfied. Cool. So we install the library pandas library correctly. Now what I can do, we are going to simply import it. We are going to simply import it. You know, to import it, I need to give here one keyword that's called import pandas as pd. I mean, as you can use the pd also. So shift enter, right? It is loaded. Now what I can do, using this pandas library, we can either create one data frame or either create a series. Now the question is, what is actually data frame, right? And what is the series, right? What is the series? Data frame means it having the multiple row, it having the multiple column, and series mean it having one single value, or you can say single row. So let's say I'm trying to import here the NumPy. So let's say import NumPy SNP. So NumPy is also one a Python machine learning library. Using this, you can do some matrix multiplication. And don't worry, I also make one tutorial on that in the later on. Don't worry on that. So it will also come in the series, the DLW Python machine learning playlist series. So don't worry on that. So now what I can do, using this arrange function, I am trying to create some random value. So let's say range. Okay, range. No, I can use the arrange. It's better. Arrange 0 to let's say 20. So you can see here it is creating the value starting from 0 to 19, right? I mean simply creating here one array. Now this is one series because it just having column, right? But having one row, just having one row. So this is nothing but one series. Now the question is, how can you convert them into a data frame? How can you convert them into data frame? Data frame means it having the multiple row or the multiple column. It having a multiple row and a multiple column. So let's say I am trying to reshape it. Let's say I'm going to give here is, let's say 25, right? 0 to 25. So it will generate the value from 0 to 24. Now if I'm trying to reshape it, let's say reshape, so 5 comma 5. Simple matrix हो गया, रो और कॉलम में डिवाइडेड, 5 रो 5 कॉलम है, राइट? वो रीशेप कर दिया, राइट? 5 रो 5 कॉलम, ये है रो नंबर, ये है कॉलम नंबर. So you have the 5 row and the 5 column. Now what I can do is simply convert them into one data frame, because data frame having the multiple row and the multiple column. Simple. So in order to convert this multi-dimensional array into a data frame, we can use the pd.dataframe like that. Okay, F should be the capital. See one thing, it's actually using the camel cases. If I remove this out and dot and use a shift tab from your keyboard, right? And you can see the module name is here is actually installed the Python 3.8, and you can see the file name, and how you are trying to use this, it will maybe auto suggest you data frame. Okay, like that. Now what I can do, we are going to pass here our data, and it having the index, I mean your row number, and it having another property that's called the column number, right? And you can see here the pandas data frame, it having a data, and it having some index number, right? And also it having the column number. So what I can do, you're going to pass here our data. So let's say data, and our data is coming from this np.arrange. You can also store it inside one variable, or let's copy this out. And I'm going to pass it here, right? I'm going to pass it here. Now I'm going to store it inside a column, inside a variable that's called df. Now shift enter, it will run, or you can also click here to run the file. So now if I see that df, and you can see here, it's now converted into a data frame. If I try to check it type, and you can see it's just one data frame. If I'm not trying to reshape it, okay, that's having problem. And it's also one data frame, right? That's mean when you have the column and the row, it's mean it's one data frame, right? So we actually reshaping into 5 by 5, and you can see it's one data frame. If I'm trying to see it, that's a df, and you can see it having the index number, I mean your column number, column number mean row number, and it having the index number, right? It having a 5 row and a 5 column. You can also give here one name in your row number and also the column number. So to do that, you can use here the property that's called the index, and to give here your row number and the column number in a third brackets, and you to also give here your columns name. So let's say columns, and you can give here the name. So let's say we have the 5 row, so let's give here the name, let's say row 1, and we have the, let's say row 2, like that, row 2. So let's copy this out and paste it here. Let's copy this. Okay, let's copy this one with the comma, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to paste it here. So it having 2, 3, 4 and the 5. So 2, then we have the 3 and the 4 and having the 5, right? So again shift enter, and maybe get an error because we give here the row but we don't give here the column, so that's why. So and it also give here my column name. I'm going to copy this out, and I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's go back, and I'm going to shift enter now, and you can see here the row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5, and this is nothing but a column. So what you can do, you can simply change this out. So let's say column, so column, right? So I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, column 2, column 3, column 4 and the column 5. देखो बहुत अच्छा से पढ़ा रहा हो ना, इतना हार्ड भी नहीं है, बहुत easy है. So you can see it's nothing but one pandas data frame. Now you can see here it having the 5 row and the 5 column. Now if you're trying to see the first 2 row and the 2 columns, first 2 row with having the 5 column. So how can you do? You can use here the df.head. df.head. So df.head actually giving here first 5 row or the 10 row. Actually basically give the 5 row and the 5 column. If you initialize here the number of value, it will give you the property of the 2 row and the 2 column. This head is nothing but actually calculating the row. It actually calculating that row from the first, right? From the first, we will calculate the 2 row. So 0, 1 and 2, simple. So if I are using the head, now you can use the tail. So df.tail. So it will giving here the value of the tail. Now it will show me the 5 output. If you give here the 2, so you can see it will show the last 2 row and the 5 columns. That's it. How can you see using this df.head? You can see the first 5 column. By default actually give you the 5 columns. If you have the multiple number of columns, you need to also give here that I need to show the 10 column or the 10 row. So you can also give here the numbers, right? So now what we can do, we can simply check the informations regarding our data frame. To do that, you can use here the df.info. So in order to check the information about inside your data frame, so it will actually give you your column name, how many columns, and is there any not null count. You can also do that. Is there any null value or not? I mean, it's nothing but for checking the null value in your data set. And the data type. And you can see data type is nothing but integer 32. I mean, integer 32 means all are the integer number. And you can also describe your data frame. So in order to do that, you can use here df.describe. describe करने के लिए, right? सो यहाँ पर तुम देखोगे काउंट, देखोगे काउंट कितना है, इसके बाद मीन है, स्टैंडर्ड डेरिवेशन है, मिनिमम वैल्यू है, मैक्सिमम वैल्यू है. मिनिमम वैल्यू है 0, मैक्सिमम वैल्यू 20. यू कैन सी इस कॉलम पे है 20, इस कॉलम पे 20, इस कॉलम पे 24. सो 24 दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पर. और यहाँ पर मिनिमम वैल्यू है 4. ऊपर जाओ बेटा, ऊपर जाने के बाद यहाँ पर देखो 4, मिनिमम वैल्यू है 4. इसके बाद क्या है, इसके बाद है 25% percentile, 50% percentile, and the 75% percentile. So this is quite important when you are trying to do the data analysis or the data visualizations. So this is really important part if you are coming from the data science background, right? So this is how you can actually describe your data set. So now the question is, how can you actually getting some information? Let's say I'm getting some information about the column 1. So how can I actually access them? How can I access them? You can access them using this technique that's called df. This is our data frame. Now I'm going to access my column name, the column 1. So I'm just going to copy this one and I'm going to access it on. I'm going to access it. So you can see I having the 0. I mean the 0. Where is this? This one 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20. And you can see here 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20. So let's say take another one in order to show the head. So df.head. So see this one. So we have in the 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20. So देखो one बात one चीज यहाँ पर देखो क्या. If I'm trying to check this type of this column, let's check this type. Let's say type of df.column1. If I try to copy this and I'm going to pass it here. देखो एक बात यहाँ पर देख ले, pandas core.series. It's one series. And the question is, why should it is series? Because it having one single column. It having one single column. Row it's not a fact. But it having just single column. It's having just one single column. So that's why this is one series. Now if I'm trying to access also my column 2 also, let's say I'm going to pass here my column 2. So I'm just going to copy this one and just this one too. Okay, यहाँ पर तो इसको भी कैंसिल आउट करना पड़ेगा. ओके, कैंसिल आउट करते हैं, इसको पेस्ट करते हैं कॉलम 2. सो इसके बाद टाइप करते हैं, शायद कुछ एरर वगैरह आएगा. और ऐसे नहीं कर सकते हम. ओके, ऐसे तो नहीं कर सकते. ओके, यहाँ पर हमको क्या करना पड़ेगा, और भी एक ब्रैकेट लगाना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर, क्योंकि मल्टीपल वैल्यू है ना, इसलिए. राइट. सो यहाँ पर देखो, ये यह है डेटा फ्रेम. सी वन थिंग अगेन, देखो एक बात, कॉपी करता हूँ इसको, ध्यान से देखना. इसको काट करता हूँ, इसको भी काट, इसको भी काट. नाउ देखो, यह है one series. So when I take the one, just one single column, it's converted into one series. But when I take the multiple column, having greater than one, it's now data frame. That's mean data frame means it having the multiple row or multiple column, and series means just having one column. it's in a series. So that's the basic difference in the data frame and the series. Now how can you actually access, I mean how can you locate your row in the column? I mean how can you access the row in your column? How can you do that? So if I'm trying to using here in respect of using this data.df.column, if I am trying to use his row 1, so let's see what actually get row 1. So we get some error. We can't access the row 1. We can't access the row 1. Now the question is, how can you access the row? How can you access the row? Let's say I not access the row 1 and the row 2. How can I do that? Maybe we can use the df.hat and pass the 2. Pass the 2. Now the question is, if I'm trying to access the row 1 and the row 5, how can I do that? कैसे करेंगे हम लोग? हम तो रो के एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते. Yes, एक्सेस कर सकते हैं. एक्सेस कर सकते हैं. कैसे? लॉक करके. इसको बोलते हैं लोकेशन, right? Location the index number. So how can I do that? You can use a property that's called df.lock. रुको थोड़ा पानी पीते हैं, इसको बताते हैं. Now इसका बाद क्या करना है? Lock mean location the index number, right? Location of the index number. Index mean क्या होता है? Row होता है, right? So इसका बाद हमको यहाँ पर देना पड़ेगा हमको row number. So इसके बाद दे row number 1. So देखो अब तो एक्सेस हो गया. अब एक्सेस हो गया. हमारा रो नंबर जो है ना, रो नंबर का 1 का जो कॉलम नंबर 1 है, कॉलम नंबर 2, कॉलम नंबर 3, कॉलम नंबर 4 एंड 5 का वैल्यू है वो दिखा रही है यहाँ पर, राइट? Simply you can access the row number also. Now if I wanted to give here the row number 2 also, so row number 2, so error आएगा क्योंकि यहाँ तो मल्टीपल वैल्यू है ना, इसलिए हमको भी यहाँ पर another ब्रैकेट लगाना पड़ेगा. हो गया, एक्सेस हो गया रो नंबर 1 एंड रो नंबर 2. सो यहाँ पर 5 दे दो, एक्सेस हो जाएगा. दिक्कत कोई बात नहीं, एक्सेस हो गया. इस तरह तुम लोकेट कर सकते हो, इंडेक्स नंबर को लोकेट कर सकते हो. सो इसका बाद और भी ऑपरेशन है यहाँ पर, दैट्स कॉल्ड द iloc, आई मीन इंडेक्स लोकेशन. You can also access the index location. Let's say I am trying to print from the column number 1 the column number 2 value and the row number 1 and the row number 2 value. How can I do that? See, when you're trying to print them, row number 1 and the row number 2, it will also printing the all column. Now I am trying to see that I am just trying to calculate, I mean I'm trying to get the value from the column number 1 the column number 2 from the row number 1 and the row number 5. कैसे करेंगे हमको? We have just one the row number 1 and the row number 5 and having the column number 1 and the column number 2. How can I access that? Yes, using iloc. So you have to do that, df.iloc. It's called index location. इसकी index location बोलते हैं, right? तो यहाँ पर आपका देना पड़ेगा आपका रो, आपका कॉलम, right? आपका रो, आपका कॉलम. So first एक कॉमा दे देना, ये होता है रो, ये होता है कॉलम, right? Now you need to give here the how many row you want to take and how many column you want to take. So let's say I'm going to take from 0 to 2. 0 से 2 तक जाना है हमको, 0 and 1. इसका बाद कॉलम है लेट्स से 0 to 2. हो गया एक्सेस, हो गया ना. रो नंबर 1 इसका वैल्यू, राइट? कॉलम नंबर 2 इसका वैल्यू एंड इसका बाद है रो नंबर 2 इसका वैल्यू एंड कॉलम नंबर 2 इसका वैल्यू. I mean, I just cut this one. So this is how you can also slicing your data frame, right? Slicing your data frame. So this is how you can actually do that. So let's see another one, df.iloc. Let's say, okay, it's better. I can show the data frame, full data frame. Let's say df.head. Okay, fine. Now, let's say I am trying to access the value from 2 to last of them, 2 to all. I mean, row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5, and from column 2 to row 5. I mean this one, just this one, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, this, and 24. How can I do that? See, first give here on comma, then we have the row index. So row index start from 2 to at the last. 2 to at the last. I mean 2 at the last. खत्म हो गया 2 to last. Okay? इसका बाद है कॉलम स्टार्ट होता है 2 से 0 1, राइट? 0 1. So देंगे 1, इसका बाद हो गया खत्म. कैसे आया? वो आया है 3 से, ओके 3 से आया है, ओके इसको देना पड़ेगा 1. देखो 1 चीज देखो यहाँ पर 6 7 8 9 11 12 आ गया. ओके, see one thing, when you give here the 1, it's mean actually it start from 0 index. So 0 1 2 3 4. So actually when you're trying to using any array in like C or C++, the index is a start from 0. So that's why when you give here 1, that's mean it has start from 0, 1. It has start from 1, the last of them. 1 to last of them. Now 0, 1 and 1 to last of them. So that's why it's printing the 6, 7, 8, 9 and 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24. This is how you can use the ilog. This is how you can use the ilog. Now let's say I'm trying to convert this data frame into one NumPy array. I mean, I just converted them this data frame to NumPy array for some testing purposes. Maybe having some problem. Let's say I'm trying to pass this data inside of CNN model. इसको मैं CNN मॉडल पे पास करना चाहता हूँ, तो वहां पर क्या करना पड़ेगा आपको? NumPy एरे में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा, राइट? क्योंकि CNN तो एरे में लेता है, पांडास डेटा फ्रेम में नहीं लेता. तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? यहाँ पर सिंपली यूज करो वैल्यू सीज करो, हो गया, कन्वर्ट हो गया एरे में. देखो यहाँ पर दिख रही है एरे, राइट? So now we can check that is there any null value or not. So how can we check that? Let's say df dot is null. इसका बाद है sum कर दो. Is there any null value or not? See, we don't have any null value. Right? So you can also use this one. Let's say df dot is null. So you can see all the value are false. That's we don't have any null value. You don't have any null value. You can also generate some null value. Do that. So how can I do that? Let's say I am trying to do that also. Let's say okay, इसको copy करते हैं यहाँ से, इसको copy करते हैं यहाँ से, trying to create one. Okay, let's copy this one. Let's say this is one called df2. Okay, df1 बोलते हैं इसको. इसके बाद क्या करेंगे, हम डेटा कॉपी करेंगे यहाँ से. तो डेटा कॉपी कर लिया, इसको यहाँ से कॉपी करते हैं इसको. Let's copy this out from here, and I am trying to paste it here. Let's paste it here, and I'm going to give here some nan value. So in order to give the nan, you can use here the np.nan. So हो गया डेटा फ्रेम. ओके, यहाँ पर कॉमा भी देना पड़ेगा मुझे. स्टार्ट. ओके, और भी देते हैं यहाँ से. सो भी आपको आप देख सकते हो. How can you check the missing value in your data frame? Actually, when you do some data analysis and data visualization or working in a data science as a data scientist, you need to also do that. You need to also take care of your data. So this is how you can actually check that. So let's say I'm just copy this one. Okay, let's type this one. Okay, this one. So let's say df1 is null. Okay, is null dot sum. Is there any null value or not? So see, it having some null value. So if I'm trying to check this df dot head, and you can see nan value. Okay, df1, sorry, and you can see it having some nan value. So in the column number 3, it having 3 null value, right? It having 3 null value, and in the column number 1, it having 1 null value. So this is how you can also check for the missing value, that in the data frame is there any missing value or not, or how can you handle the missing value. So in the upcoming video, when you're trying to deep on the series, we're discussing about that. How can you do the feature selection? How can you do the how can you handle the missing value? Is it you're going to drop it out, or you can fill it with the mean value or the standard deviation, whatever, right? We're discussing about that. So this is how you can actually check that is there any null value or not. You can also check the value count also, that how many value is actually available inside my data frame. So let's say I'm trying to checking the value from the column number 2. So how can I do that? Let's say df1, df1, from the df1 I am trying to count that. So let's say column, let's say column 1, I'm trying to count here the values count. Let's say values count. Just I'm counting that. So इसको remove करते, values नहीं, इसको बोलते value. Okay, counts. Okay, fine. So see, it having the 0.00 having 1, and 5 having 1, and 10 have 1, and 15 is 1. So if I'm trying to change this something one, let's say 15, column number 1, this one, let's say 15, again 15. And if I'm trying to check this out, you can see here the 15 count is now converted into 2. I mean, there is 215. There is a 250 in the data frame. So this is how you can also check this, how many values actually available inside your data frame. And also you can check that is there any unique value or not. You can also do that. So if I'm trying to copy this out and checking for the unique value, so is there any unique value or not? So unique, यहाँ पर unique value है और नहीं. Unique value तो है, क्या है, 0 है, 5 है, 15 है. कॉलम 1 पे। सो और कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, 0 है, 5 है, 15 है। देखो 15 डबल है ना, डुप्लीकेट वैल्यू है, लेकिन यहाँ पर प्रिंट है सिंगल वन। आई मीन वो क्या करेगा, यूनिक वैल्यू प्रिंट करेगा। So this is how you can also check that is there any value, is unique or not. You can also check that is the value is greater than 1 or greater than 2, like that. So if I'm trying to copy this out, so let's say I'm going to check that, let's print here all the value, which one is greater than 2, which one is greater than 2. इसका बाद क्या करना पड़ेगा आपको, यहाँ पर और भी एक ब्रैकेट लगाना पड़ेगा df का, राइट, क्योंकि आप काम कर रहे हैं df के अंदर। लेट्स से आई एम ट्राइंग टू चेक दैट इफ देयर एनी वैल्यू इज ग्रेटर देन 1, is greater than 1. So how can I do that? I can simply using this one, and all the values actually printed is okay, df1. So you can see all the value is having the greater than 1, it's printed inside your column, right? So this is how it actually work. So पिछले वीडियो में हम लोग जाना था पार्ट 1 पे कैसे हम पांडास इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं, इसके बाद डेटा फ्रेम वगैरह, सीरीज वगैरह और कुछ बेसिक ऑपरेशन हम देखा था वहाँ पर। सो यहाँ पर हम देखेंगे हम कैसे वन फाइल रीड कर सकते हैं हमारा डायरेक्टरी से। इसके बाद हम कुछ फाइल वगैरह भी बनाएंगे यहाँ पर, लाइक हाउ कैन आई रीड द सीवी फाइल, हाउ कैन आई रीड द JSON फाइल, XML एंड ऑल्सो द HTML फाइल। सो दिक्कत का कोई बात नहीं, मैं अच्छा से पढ़ाऊंगा, लेकिन आपको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर। और एक बात, आपको सब्सक्राइब एंड लाइक भी करना पड़ेगा। So all right, so you already installed the Pandas library on our system. So now what I can do, you can simply import it here. Let's say I'm going to import here the pandas as pd, import pandas as pd. Then what I can do, we are simply going to read one file from our directory. So there are so many files format are actually available, like CSV file, XML file, JSON file, HTML file. If you are working in a marketplace or a company as a data scientist, maybe you know about that, right? So let's say I assume that you don't know about the CSV file or what is the JSON file, what is the HTML or the XML file, right? So I have one file inside my directory that's called train.csv. So let's say I am trying to call it inside my program. So how can I actually call it? So this is one CSV file. So in the pandas, there is a method that's called readcsv. So you need to do that pd.readcsv. So readcsv. Then what you need to do? I need to give here the file path. So let's say our file name is train.csv. Then what I can do, I can simply store it inside a variable. So let's say df equal to pd.readcsv. So this is nothing but how can I read a CSV file from a directory using this readcsv method. Now inside this readcsv method, there are so many arguments are available. If I click here and use the shift tab from my keyboard, and if I export it, you can see here so many arguments are available. We're going to exploring not all of them, a few of them, which one is really important. So you can see there a property that's called separator, SCP. By default, it's no default actually. By default is comma, because CSV means comma separated value. If I try to see this, that's a df.head for checking the first five row. You can see it actually show me the 5 row, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 row and 81 columns inside our data frame. I mean our data set, right? So this is nothing but one data frame. Why? Because there are multiple number of row and multiple number of column. So if I check my CSV file, if I go on here, let's say CSV file. Okay, where is it? Control tab. Aja. Yeah. Train.csv. You can see all the file are separated by comma. That's means this is an CSV file. And also when the file lines is ended, I mean backslash n, another column or another row is or property is started. Again, see, when one file property is end, the backslash n, I mean next line, then another file is created. So this is how the one CSV file is created. Now my question is, how can you create a CSV file? Just pause the video and think, how can you do that? Obviously, I know you thinking about the Excel, that using Excel you can create a CSV file. Obviously, you can create that. Now the question is, how can you do it using Python programming language? That's my question, right? Because we know when one file is separated with comma and having one backslash n, this is one CSV file. Now we're going to using the same technique to create a CSV file. So let's see and go on here. So यहाँ पर आते हैं, हम लोग क्या करते हैं, कुछ टैब वगैरह लेते हैं इसके बाद. So हम तो देखा है यहाँ पर df डॉट हेड देने के बाद यहाँ पर हमारा जो रो है ना 5 रो और 81 columns वो दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पर. So let's just see some the types of the df. So is it a series or data frame? Obviously a data frame. It's a pandas data frame. Now what I can do, you can do simply creating here a CSV data frame. I mean CSV file, right? Using our Python programming language. So how can you do that? Let's assume a variable that's called data. Then inside that we are going to taking some value with having the comma separated. Let's say I have the column 1, let's say column 1, then I have my column 2, then I have my column 3, then I have my column 4, right? Then what I can do, we can simply give here the backslash n that we discuss about that in the CSV file. That's the backslash n, right? Now after that all the value are इट्स एक्चुअली पांडास यहाँ पर लेगा क्या, ये तो शायद हमारा क्या है ना सीधी फाइल है, क्योंकि कॉमा सेपरेट है, इसका बाद है बैकस्लैश एन, तो वो तो इसको एज अ सीएसवी फाइल रीड करेगा, राइट? सो इसका बाद हम कुछ प्रॉपर्टी वगैरह देते हैं यहाँ पर, लेट्स से 1, 2, 3, 4, इसका बाद देते हैं बैकस्लैश एन, इसका बाद और कुछ लेते हैं, लेट्स से कोमा, ओके, इसका बाद देते हैं बैकस्लैश एन दे दिया, इसका बाद देते हैं हम लोग 5, इसके बाद देते हैं 6, 7, 8, ऐसे देते हैं हम लोग, राइट? So now what I can do, you can simply shift enter or you can also click here to run the file. Then what I can do, you can simply use your pd dot read csv. now इसका अंदर हम लोग देते हैं डेटा. देखो एक बात बहुत ध्यान से देखना, राइट? let's make it one df1, shift enter. देखो कुछ एरर वगैरह आ गया है यहाँ पर, देखो ये बोल रही invalid file path or buffet object type class tuple. Now the question is, when we call this read CSV file, we need to give here a in memory file location. In memory file location. Again, in memory file location. देखो यहाँ पर train dot जो CSV फाइल है ना वो मेरा डायरेक्टरी के अंदर है, इसको बोलते हैं इन मेमोरी फाइल लोकेशन. लेकिन जो डेटा है ना वो तो मेरा फाइल मेमोरी में नहीं है, राइट? वो तो मेरा फाइल मेमोरी नहीं है, वो तो मेरा प्रोग्राम पे है. लेकिन हम इसको कैसे फाइल मेमोरी में कन्वर्ट करेंगे? हाँ, कैसे करेंगे हम लोग? कैसे करेंगे हम लोग? यूज करेंगे एक प्रॉपर्टी दैट्स कॉल्ड लाइब्रेरी दैट्स कॉल्ड फ्रॉम आईओ, आई मीन इनपुट फ्रॉम आवर मेमोरी, राइट? सो लेट्स से import string IO, because this is one string. This is one string. If I try to check this data type, let's say type, बहुत ध्यान से देखना भाई, अच्छे से पढ़ा रहा हूँ. देखो ये एक टपल है, लेकिन इसका टपल के अंदर क्या है? स्ट्रिंग वगैरह है, स्ट्रिंग वगैरह है. तो यहाँ पर इसलिए बोल रहे हैं क्या, क्लास इज ए टपल. तो वो तो टपल है, लेकिन हमारा जो रीड सीरीज फाइल है ना वो तो क्या रीड करेगा? फाइल रीड करेगा, राइट? इन मेमोरी फाइल, राइट? तो इसके लिए हमको इसको कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा इन मेमोरी फाइल के अंदर. सो यहाँ पर हम देंगे स्ट्रिंग, ओहो भाई स्ट्रिंग आजा आयो, इसका अंदर हम लोग देंगे इसको डेटा. आप देखते हैं, ओके इट्स नॉट डिफाइंड, इसको भी रन करना पड़ेगा. ओके इनिशियल मस्ट बी स्ट्रिंग और नॉट ए टपल. ओके देखते हैं हम यहाँ पर क्या गड़बड़ किया है. ओके गड़बड़ तो हम लोग किया है, यहाँ पर कुछ स्पेस वगैरह दे दिया. एक्चुअली मैं मेरी इच्छा से आई मीन किया था, क्योंकि आपको समझ चाहिए, आप तो बोल भी कर सकते हैं ना, इसलिए तो मैं तो बोल कर दिया यहाँ पर आपको सिखाने के लिए. तो शिफ्ट एंटर दे दिया. इसके बाद देखो अभी भी वो रीड नहीं कर रही है. लेकिन क्यों? मेरा क्वेश्चन है क्यों? क्योंकि यहाँ पर आप एक कोमा भी डाल दिया, इसलिए. देखो मैं तो बोल कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि आप सीख सकते हो, इसलिए. नाउ इट्स रीड इट परफेक्टली. नाउ इफ आई ट्राई टू चेक दिस आउट, df1, लेट्स से df1 डॉट हेड. नाउ देखो रीड हो गया. देखो पिछली बार मैंने जब मशीन लर्निंग सीखा था ना, मैंने 1 और 2 साल पहले मैंने भी सेम बोल किया था. यहाँ पर कोमा डाल दिया, इसका बाद वहाँ पर स्पेस भी डाल दिया, तो इसलिए मैं यहाँ पर भी करा. तो दिक्कत का वही बात नहीं. देखो ये रीड हो गया है, राइट? वी कन्वर्टेड दिस डेटा फाइल इनटू आवर इन मेमोरी फाइल लोकेशन. नाउ इट्स ट्राइंग टू रीड दिस फाइल. Now you can see all the file is loaded. So this is how you can create a file, a CSV file using your Python programming language. Now if I try to use the shift tab again from my keyboard and explore this, you can see here there is another property that's called use columns. Let's say another property that's called use columns. Let's say I am trying to use the just column 1 and the column 2. Let's say you have large number of data set having the 81 columns. Now you are trying to working with these few columns. Let's say 5 columns. You just wanted to use these 5 columns. So how can you do that? How can you work on that? Because this is quite a big data set. You are trying to explore this data set to the 5 row or the 5 column like that. So how can you do that? How can you do that? You can use the property that's called use columns, right? So now let's see, try to use this one. Let's say use calls, and I'm trying to using which one? I'm trying to use the column number 1 and all to trying to use the column number 2. Let's say column number 2, right? I'm trying to use this one. So now let's check this. You can see column number 1 and the column number 2 is printed. Column number 1 and the column number 2 is printed. If I remove this out, let's try to copy this out, and I'm just going to remove this one and try to run this file. You can see here all the 4 column and the 2 row is printed. Now let's say I'm trying to paste it here and try to make it df2 and see that. Let's say df2 dot head, right? And you can see column 1 and the column 2 is printed, but column 3 and 4 is not printed. Column 3 and the 4 is not printed. So this is how you can also working with this data also. Let's say I'm going to copy this one, train.csv. Let's say I'm going to paste it here, and let's say df.head. So this is see our data set having 81 column. Now I am trying to working with this 5 column, just 5 columns. So how can I do that? Simply what you can do, we can simply copy this out. Okay, don't copy this out. Let's go on here. Let's say use the columns, and which column I'm trying to use here? Let's say I'm trying to use here 5 columns. It's 5 columns. Simple. So what I can do, I'm going to simply paste it here, and I'm going to make it inside one single bracket. I'm going to single column, not bracket actually. So let's make it here. Done. अब शिफ्ट एंटर डालते हैं. देखो 5 जो है ना, 5 कॉलम्स यहाँ पर आ गया. नाउ यहाँ पर आप काम कर सकते हो. You can also do this work on that, right? So this is how the use column actually work. Now the question is, let's say I am trying to save this data set, just this data set in my directory as a CSV file. So how can I do that? How can I do that? Yes, you can use a property that's called toCSV. So in order to do that, you need to use here pd.toCSV, and you need to give here one file name. Let's say I'm going to give here a file name that's called test.csv. And what I can do, I'm going to simply shift enter pd.toCSV. Some pandas has no attribute toCSV. Okay, pd.not.csv it's make into df.csv because हम लोग तो इस डेटा फ्रेम का कर रहे हैं ना, इसलिए. So df.tocsv test.csv. Now if I go on here, okay, यहाँ पर जाते test.csv फाइल. देखो यहाँ पर हमारा फाइल जो है ना वो एक्सपोर्ट हो चुका है. id, ms subclass, ms zoning, lot frontage, lot area and also state, right? लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दिक्कत है ना. देखो यहाँ पर 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 जो इंडेक्स नंबर है ना वो हमारे एक्चुअल डेटा सेट में नहीं है. हमारा जो एक्चुअल डेटा सेट है ना वहाँ पर नहीं है. देखो ये हमारा एक्चुअल डेटा सेट है, यहाँ पर इंडेक्स नंबर नहीं है, यहाँ पर है आईडी नंबर. लेकिन जो आईडी नंबर है ना वो तो डुप्लीकेट हो गया जो इंडेक्स नंबर है ना. तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इसको काम कर सकते हैं इंडेक्स इक्वल टू फॉल्स. इंडेक्स इक्वल टू फॉल्स जो प्रॉपर्टी है ना, इंडेक्स इक्वल टू फॉल्स कर सकते हैं. नाउ जाते यहाँ पर देखो टेस्ट.csv. देखो इंडेक्स गायब हो गया, इंडेक्स गायब हो गया. So this is how you can also handle that the indexes when you save the file, right? So ऐसे काम करते हैं ना, ऐसे काम करते हैं. Now you can working on this data set test.csv. So you can also check this data type of the data set, right? So let's say I am trying to copy this out. I'm just going to copy this out, copy the same data set, and now what I can do, I can simply add here another one. Let's say another one. इसके बाद यहाँ पर जाते हैं, इसके बाद इसको करते हैं 15, इसको करते हैं 16, इसको 17 करते हैं, इसको 18 करते हैं. ओके, इसको बोलते हैं लेट्स से डेटा 1. ओके, शिफ्ट एंटर. सो नाउ व्हाट आई कैन डू, यू कैन सिंपली यूज आवर pd.read csv इसका अंदर हम लोग देते हैं हमारा डेटा, लेकिन इसका अंदर स्ट्रिंग आई के अंदर, स्ट्रिंग आई के अंदर, क्योंकि हमको इसको इन मेमोरी फाइल लोकेशन में एलोकेट करना है। इसके बाद यहाँ पर हमको क्या देना पड़ेगा, इसको लोड करते हैं। तो लोड तो हो चुका है, लोड तो हो चुका है। So let's say try to check is the information regarding that data. So let's say data1 equal to data.fitcsv. So if I try to check the data type of that, I mean वहाँ पर integer है और floating number है, कुछ कुछ को अगर है ना, so let's say data.info for checking the information regarding your data set. Okay, data1.info. Okay, now you can see all the files data type is nothing but integer 64, int 64. Let's try to make it out 15.00, राइट। so, आप देखते हैं क्या होता है, लेकिन कोई चेंज वगैरह नहीं हुआ, कोई चेंज वगैरह नहीं हुआ। इंट 64 है, राइट। इसको भी बना देते हैं 5.00, देखो इसको बना देते हैं 1.00, देखो इंट 64 में है, बाय डिफॉल्ट इंट 64 में है। लेकिन हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इसका डेटा जो है ना टाइप को, इसको हम लोग कन्वर्ट भी कर सकते हैं। इसका कॉपी करते हैं यहाँ से। सो हम क्या करेंगे, यहाँ पर जाएंगे, इसके बाद इसको बोलेंगे क्या, डी टाइप, इसको बोलते हैं डी टाइप। जो प्रॉपर्टी है ना, इसको देखने के लिए आपको शिफ्ट टैब प्रेस करना पड़ेगा, आपका जो कीबोर्ड है ना यहाँ पर। सो वहाँ पर हम देख सकते हैं डी टाइप वगैरह है, देखो डी टाइप वगैरह है। तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इसका डेटा टाइप को चेंज भी कर सकते हैं। लेट्स से मेरा डेटा टाइप आप है इंटीजर 64 में, हम इसको ऑब्जेक्ट में चेंज कर सकते, चेंज करेंगे, राइट। सो ऑब्जेक्ट मीन इज नथिंग बट ओनली स्ट्रिंग। सो हम कैसे करेंगे, ऐसे करेंगे। so, इसके बाद लिखते हैं यहाँ पर डेटा वन डॉट हेड, ओके डेटा डॉट वन डॉट इफो। देखो अब कन्वर्ट हो चुका है ऑब्जेक्ट में। तो आप यहाँ को इसको फ्लोट में भी कन्वर्ट कर सकते हो। अब हो गया फ्लोट 64 में। ऐसे ही कन्वर्ट करते हैं, ऐसे ही कन्वर्ट करते हैं। आप यहाँ पर चेक भी कर सकते हो, यहाँ पर कोई नाल वैल्यू है और नहीं, देखो। सो इस नाल ये तो हम देख चुके हैं ना पार्ट 1 पे, डॉट सम। अरे आ जाओ बेटा, कोई नाल वैल्यू नहीं है यहाँ पर। ओके, तो पार्ट 1 देख लो, वहाँ पर हम इसके बारे में और डिटेल्स कुछ डिस्कस किया वहाँ पर, वो काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पर। लेट्स से आई एम ट्राइंग टू एक्सेस द column value for the column value 1. Let's say I'm trying to access it from here. So how can I access it? Simple, I can use here our data 1, then इसके बाद यहाँ पर देना पड़ेगा हमारा column number 1, right? इसके बाद हम यहाँ पर इंडेक्स वगैरह भी देख सकते हैं। देखो 1.00 अच्छा से हो गया, अच्छा से हो गया। देखो कैसे तुम इसको भी एलोकेट कर सकते हो। और 0 है, इसके बाद 1 दो, लेट्स से आई एम गोइंग टू गिव हियर 1, 5.00, ऐसे तुम एक्सेस कर सकते हो यहाँ से वैल्यू, राइट। So this is how you can access the value from your CSV file also, right? So now हम देखेंगे, let's say I'm trying to make this column 2 value to be floating point number and column number 3 in a object. See यहाँ पर हम जब डेटा टाइप दे रहे हैं ना, यहाँ पर जब हम पुट कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पर सब कुछ कन्वर्ट हो रहे हैं फ्लोट की तरह में। If I try to check this information regarding your data, let's say info, देखो all are converted into float 64. Let's say I'm trying to convert this column 2 into the integer or column 4 into the object. Now the question is, how can you do that? How can you do that? Yes, we can also do that using a method called dictionary, right? Dictionary. So dictionary के अंदर हम लोग देंगे हमारा key and value pair. As a key and value pair आपको input देना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर। So let's say give here, let's say I'm trying to make this column 1 should be the integer. Let's say column 1 should be in an integer. Okay, integer दे देंगे। Let's say I am trying to make this column 2 should be in a floating point number, and let's say comma, and then what I can do, we can try to make this column 3 into the objects. Let's say objects, object, and also trying to make this column 4 to the integer. Let's say integer. So now if I'm trying to run the file, you can see here the column 2 value is converted into float 64, and the column 3 is converted into objects, and the column 4 value is right now the integer 32. This is how you can also convert your all the file in a special in a data type. So this is how you can actually convert them. You can also check the data type of each column. Let's say data1.d type. You can also check like this way. You can also do this out. Okay, यहाँ पर कुछ error वगैरह आ रहे हैं, data type में data types होगा. Okay, that's it. अब column 1 के है in 32, column 2 पे है float 64, column 3 पे है object, इसका बाद है column 4 के अंदर in 32, right? बहुत अच्छा से आ रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा से आ रहे हैं. तो यहाँ पर आप हम एक काम भी कर सकते हैं, यहाँ पर हम एक काम भी कर सकते हैं. Let's say I am trying to make this 1 to the index number, I mean just the index, and also 5 as the index and 15 as the index. I'm trying to make this column 1 as the index. So okay, let's make this out as the index. So let's say index. So let's try to run this file now. Okay, let's file is running. Okay, also try to make this one as the index, right? Index. Okay, and we can also check that. Okay, the problem is the column was is not changes. Okay, let's say we're trying to make this as a data one. Okay, it's data one, right? So let's try to run this file now. Okay, now you can see we get some error. And the question is why this error? Initial value must be or string or none, not a data frame. देखो यहाँ पर हम लोग जब इसको read करें ना यहाँ से, we are going to convert them into the data frame. Then we again read this serial file as a data frame. So that's why we got this kind of error. That is called initial value must be string or none, not a data frame. So when you're trying to read a file and again you are going to read the file, don't do this kind of mistake. Don't do this kind of mistake. So now what you need to do? What you need to do? You can simply either use this one or either use this one. So now what I can do? I can simply cut this. Okay, not add. Cut this one and also this one and also this one. Now if I'm trying to run this now you can see error is gone. Now you can see error is gone. Now you can check that all the value index and also the data type of that. Now what I can do, I am going to simply trying to making these index column as the index column that you see earlier. I mean like that. So for that what I can do, we can simply read the serial file as the index number. Then we can give here another property that's called the index column. Index column equal to, let's say I need to give a 0. I mean first one. Okay, again I got this error. Index column, I think we can, okay, yes, now you can see here we make this index column as the index of our data set. So now if I try to check this one, data1.head, then you can see this index is right now converted into our data frame index. Our data frame index. Now you can't see it. You can see it. You cannot see it here, right? So यहाँ पर देखो, यहाँ पर इंडेक्स तो आपको नहीं दिख रही है, जो है ना वो ऑलरेडी इंडेक्स में कन्वर्ट हो चुका है. So this is how you can also convert your index column. I mean your column as the index. You can also convert this ID column as the index also. You can also do that. So for that, what you have to do, you can simply give here your file name and you can use the index column equal to 0. This is how you can do that. Now you can see here 18 columns, एक column हटा चुका है यहाँ पर और index बन चुका है. So this is how you can also do that. You can also convert them into index column, right? Now we can also do the operations that we do earlier. You can use the use column also. You can also do the use columns here. Let's say I'm trying to use the use column. I mean this one. कहाँ चला गया? यहाँ पर है. यहाँ पर है. कॉपी करते इसको. यहाँ पर जाते हैं. इसके बाद यहाँ पर पेस्ट कर देते हैं. So you can see this ID is converted into the index column, and also all the column are left. Now all the column are left. So that's it for how can you read the CSV file from your directory and do some operation on that. Now we're going to see here the another file extension that's called the JSON. So what is JSON? So JSON means JavaScript object notation. So there are so many NoSQL database are available like MongoDB. So when you're working on a NoSQL database, you can get some the data on the request as a JSON format. Now as a data scientist, you don't need to also handle this data because right now in the market, there are so many NoSQL databases are available. So that's why you need to also learn the JSON. And also you need to know that how can you read the file from the JSON. So now what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to paste here one code. So this is nothing but the structure of a JSON file. It looks just look like the Python dictionary, right? So if I am trying to run the file from here, and it will load it. Now if you're trying to load this data file from your data variable, you need to using here a method called pd.readJSON, not CSV, because this is a JSON file. You can also verify this one. Just copy this one and you need to go on a website that's called JSON lint. Okay, so just go on Google and search for JSON lint, and first link will appear here. You can also select this one. Just select this one, and you need to paste here your JSON file that you copied. I mean JSON file structure that you copied. Okay, remove this one, this single colon, single it's called, what it's called, I click at the validity JSON, right? Single quotation, and you can see here JSON is valid. Now you can simply use this JSON file in your Python program. So now what I can do, we can simply load this using pd.readJSON. So for that, you can see that pd.readJSON. And what I can do, we can simply pass here our data. That's the data. Shift enter. Now you can see here, it will automatically convert this JSON file into a Pandas data frame. If I'm trying to check this data, that's a data type. That's a type of this data. So this is nothing but one string. It's just nothing but one string. If I try to check this type of this df, that's a df, and if I try to check this type, that's a df, and run, and you can see here this is nothing but one data frame. It's nothing but a data frame. That's mean when you read a file in a JSON format, it will automatically convert them into a data frame. Now if I try to check it out, that's a df.head, like that, and you can also see them. You can see the employee name Chandudhar, and email also here, and also having the job profile. Now you can see there is one thing actually, the title, and the title too is not actually printed with another column. It's not printed in another column, right? So we can also do it in the later on. That is called the JSON normalizations. So this also one part when you are trying to get some nested JSON file. So that's why you need to using the JSON normalization. But we will, when you go deeper, then we discuss about that, right? So now you're going to see that the column property, I mean inside this property, that have a property called the orient, right? It's also called the orientation. If I click here and use the shift tab, and if I explode this, and you can see here it have another argument that's called the parameter as argument. It's called the orient. It's nothing but for the orientation of your data, and also have the d type, the data type, and all are mostly same, right? So let's try to see the orient one. So what I can do, we can simply copy this out. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to use this one. That's called orient, right? Let's see if I try to give my orient as the index. So index mean it is working based on your row value. So if I am shift and enter and try to check the df, and you can see here right now the data is printed in the form of row. You can see here this is the row and having the value. It's the row and having the value, and job profile and having the value, right? If you try to change it as a record, let's say I'm trying to make it records. So this is how it's look like the same as it is, the by default one, right? You can also make it columns. Let's say columns. So you can now see all are same. That's mean records and the column are mostly same. But when you're trying to make it the index, that means it is working based on the index number, I mean row number. So let's copy this out and paste it here, so that when you get this code in the GitHub link, you can understand all the things from here. Index, then I'm going to make it here the column and records, like that. So this is how it actually work, this orient function on this JSON data. So now let's try to make another data for testing one. So let's say I'm trying to import here the pandas as a PD. Let's import pandas as PD. Then I'm trying to create a data frame using this pd.dataframe. That's a pd.dataframe, like that. So this is how you can actually creating the data frame in Python, and we already discussed about that in the part number 1. Now what I can do, we can simply going to create here some nested data. I mean nested, having the one row and the one column, right? Like that. two row or two column. Let's create this one, right? So let's say go on here and try to give our data. So let's say we have the value of the A, then we have our value of the B, then let's say we have the another value. It's called 3 row and 3 column, like that. So let's say C. Now what I can do, I am simply going to copy this one. I am simply going to copy this one. This one, okay, let's copy this one, and I'm going to paste it here. Just copy and paste. Now if I'm trying to change this out, let's say it's called D, and let's make it E, and also let's make it F, right? So this is how you can actually creating the data frame. Now if I'm trying to save it inside the folder that's called data01 and shift enter, and if I try to see the data01, so this is nothing but one data frame is created. Now you can also change your row number and also the column number. Now you can see it having the 3 column and 2 row. Now what I can do, we can simply give the name of that. So how can you give? So we can give based on the index number. Let's say give our index, and then we can give here our row number. So let's say this is nothing but our row. So how many indexes we have? We have 2 row and 3 column. So let's say row 1, and we have the another one, it's called the row number 2. Okay, not here. And we have the row number 2. slowly जा रही है यहाँ पर. इसका बात है क्या? Columns, right? Okay, fine. इसके बाद हमारे पास कॉलम कितना है? 3 कॉलम. यहाँ पर देना है कॉलम 1, इसके बाद कॉलम 2, इसके बाद है कॉलम 3, right? Like this one. Column 3. Okay. So now you can see here it's converted into column 1, column 2, and the column 3, right? You can also use here the df.head, but when you are using the VS Code, when you are using the Jupyter Notebook or the Google Colab, you don't need to give here the head. But if you are using the VS Code, you need to obviously give here the data01.head, like that. Now my question is, how do you save these in your file as a JSON format? Let's say I'm trying to convert this data frame into a JSON. See, we first convert this JSON into the data frame. Now you're going to convert this data frame into a JSON. So that's why creating this data frame. To do that, simply like the CSV, to CSV. Now it's converted to the to JSON. So how can you do that? You can simply use here data01.to JSON, to JSON. Now it will convert them into JSON, into the JSON. Now you can see here column 1, and it having the row 1, I mean this row 1 and value is the A, and row 2 value is the D. Then you can see the column 1 value is the column 2 value is a row 1 value is a B, just like it is actually created, just like it's actually created, right? So this is how you can actually save your data in a JSON format. Now you can also give here the orientation. If I try to copy this out and give here this orientation that we see earlier, this orientation, you can also do that. So let's say I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to give here the orientation based on the columns. Now you can see here all the columns are here as a key, and all the value, then having the columns and their value, and their columns and their value, right? So you can also change it out. If I try to make it index, then you can see here row 1 based on the index number, I mean row number, it having the column A value, column 2 value, and the column 3 value, and all the value. It's having the 2 index. So this is how you can also convert your data frame into the JSON, right? You can also use here the records. So let's say records. So this is how you can actually convert them in the records. You can also using here a method that's called the split. I don't know if it's working here or not. Yeah, it's working. You can see here it having the columns, it having the columns name and all the columns name, and it had the index name, I mean index number, which one is the index, and having the data. Having the data, you can see here that all the data are available as just like when you are using the split one. You can also make it as a schema when you are working in the MySQL data. Let's copy this out, and I'm trying to make it as a table. Let's say make it table. Then you can get a schema of that, right? You can get a schema of that. So this is how the you can convert your data, I mean into the data frame into the JSON, and you can also do the do some pre-processing on that. How can you convert them into the based on the index number, based on the orientations, I mean index records and the columns, and you can also generate the schema. Now you can also get back the schema from here. So how can you go? You can just simply copy this file from here, copy this file from here, copy this one, and you can create here another, let's call SC, and paste it here, and shift enter. Now you can also convert this schema, into a JSON. So to do that, you need to use here pd dot read JSON. JSON, you need to pass here the schema, and you need to give here also the orientation. So orientation should be the table. So let's say table. Let's see if it's working or not. Now you can see here it got back to the table again, right? So this is how it's really work. Now what I can do, we can simply going to load here another big data from our directory. You can see we have the train.csv file. We're going to simply read it here, right? So in order to read that, simply you can use here pd.read csv, because this is a csv file. Then what I can do, you can give here my path train.csv, and let us store it inside the variable that's called df equal to, right? So let's see df.head to see the data. So it's having the 5 row. The first 5 rows appear. Now what I can do, you can simply convert this df into the JSON. So you need to do that. What I can do, we can simply say that df dot to JSON, right? And pass here our orient. Let's say I'm going to convert them orientation based on the row number. So let's see index. So it's try to convert them. Now you can see here, it actually converted this data based on the index number. I mean this row index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how it indexes with 0. So if I try to make it as column, so let's say columns like that, and now you can see all the value are converted based on the columns number. So this is how you can actually converted your data in a JSON format. Now my question is, when we read this file, this data file, right? You can see we have a title, but we can't extract this title from here. It's not showing up. Why? Because we need to normalize our data. Our data. That's called the JSON normalizations. When you have the nested file in a JSON file, that's called nested. So let's see, try to load it here. Let's try to only paste it here. Now if I'm trying to check the data type, so let's say try to check this type of data. Let's say type of data. Okay, you can see this is nothing but a string. This is nothing but a string. So what we need to do, we need to just remove this what is called his quotations. Okay, a single quotation, and need to convert them as a list, right? I will just convert them as a list, and also remove this list from here when you're trying to do the normalize. So now if I read it and try to check our data type, now it's a list. Now inside the list, you can access the value from here. So this is nothing but one JSON. So how can you read it? Simply you can using here the pd dot read JSON, and you can simply pass here our data. Shift enter. Now you can see here we get some error. So what's the error? Invalid file path, or okay, this is data. Okay, again let's run it out now. Okay, it say the invalid file path or buffer object type class is a list. So when you are trying to read this file using JSON, if I hover over here, I mean shift tab, you can see just one thing. You can see a valid JSON string, path object or file like objects, any valid string path. It is just taking the string, but we give here a list. So that's why it's not taking, and this data is nothing but the unstructured, right? So that's why it's not taking. So now if I'm trying to running this kind of file, so what you need to do, we need to normalize. So to do that, you can using here the function that's called JSON normalize. If I'm trying to use shift enter, now you can see it normalize our data. Now you can see inside u title, it will creating here extra column for that. You can see title, job profile.title1, you can see team lead and the ML developer, right? This is how you can actually normalize your data. And also here is the one thing, when you working in the nested data, I mean there is a nested data in your data set. So how can you handle them? See, there's a single one. Now inside that, let's say I have another one. So how can you actually handle them? Yes, you can handle them using the same method that's called the JSON normalizations. You can also give here a property here that's called the max. It's called the maybe what is called max level. I mean how much level it actually go. So if I try to give here max level, let's say max level, okay, equal to 0, and if I try to run it, now you can see here it's not taking the deeper of the our JSON data. It's not taking our deeper of the data. It just go inside one single curly brackets and you'll try to execute them. If I try to make it maximum level should be 1, then it will go the deeper. It will go deeper. If it have the another deeper, I mean if it have the another nested JSON file format, it will, you need to give here the is 2. if there is a 2 depth of your JSON data, आपका पास आपका जो मैक्स लेवल है ना वो कैसे काम करते हैं देखो, हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ. व्हेन आई गिव हियर द 0, मैं जब 0 दिया इसको तो क्या हुआ, वो जस्ट गोइंग फॉर द सिंगल वन, सिंगल कर्ली ब्रैकेट्स के अंदर गया, इसके बाद वहां से डेटा रीड किया. लेकिन यहाँ पर तो और भी एक है ना, और भी एक है डेटा, इसको तो रीड करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो तो रीड नहीं करेगा क्योंकि यहाँ पर है द मैक्सिमम लेवल है 0. इसलिए फर्स्ट जो है ना इसको रीड करेगा. तो मैं जब इसको चेंज करूंगा 1 पे तो वो क्या करेगा, इसको रीड करेगा क्योंकि 0 इसके बाद है 1. So let's say it have another one, another nested, so you have to keep here the maximum should be the 2. So this is how the maximum level actually work. Maximum level, it's actually really work. You can also do it then. So when you're dealing with the nested of the data, I mean nested data, you can actually deal with them. So let's copy one from here. Okay, so let's say I am going to pass here another data. So this is nothing but our data. See, in our data, it have a state, it have in the short name, the information, you can see here one list, and also inside your countries, okay, it should be countries, and it also should be countries, it having the name, and also inside a list, it have another nested JSON file format. Now this is so complex. Now the question is, how can you read them? How can you read them? Simple, we can using here the JSON normalize, because this is a simple list. If I'm trying to checking the type of the data, so let's say I'm going to check the type of my data. So this is nothing but a list. Now we can pass it simply inside our JSON normalization, because JSON normalize is taking a list. It's taking a list, the Python list. So now what I can do, we can simply using a pd dot JSON normalize, and what I can do, you can pass our data, shift enter. Now you can see here state, Florida, short name, the countries, and info, the governor, right? Info governor. So if I give here the max length, I mean our max level, so let's say max level equal to, let's say I'm going to give it 2. So see, it's not changes anything. It's not changing anything. Let's say I'm going to make it 5. Let's see, is there any change or not? See, there is no changes. There is no changes because it's having, you can see info.governor. Info.governor changes. That's fine because we give here the max level. If I try to remove it and also run the file from here, you can see it's also converted this data. It's also converted this data. Now the question is, inside our list, it can read the file. It can read the file. So now the question is, how can you do that? How can you do that? Yes, we can do that. We can do that using one technique. So let's say this is nothing but called the normalizations. So what I can do, we can simply give here our name of our column. I mean which column having the problem, I mean list. We're going to just simply copy this out. This, let's say countries, it having the countries, and then what I can do, we can give here our state, I mean this state, because inside these countries, what I can do, we are going to accessing the value based on our short name, and inside the info we're going to checking for our governor. So to do that, what I can do, we can simply creating here a list, and inside this list we can give here our state, say state, and also give here our short name, I mean this short name, let's say give it here our short name, let's say short name. इसका बाद मुझे देना पड़ेगा जो लिस्ट है ना, जो लिस्ट का अंदर वैल्यू है हमारा इंफॉर्मेशन रिगार्डिंग द इन्फो एंड ऑल्सो द गवर्नर, क्योंकि कंट्रीज तो कंट्रीज एज ए लिस्ट है, countries as a list, we passing here our list. So if I hover over here, let's see, there is another functionality. Yep, that's called the record part. That's called the record path. Okay, so what I can do, we can give here the path of our records, because this is a list, And then we need to also give here all the list, state the short name, and also give here the info and the governor, because this is nothing but one also a list. So that's why I need to give here like that, info and also the governor, let's say GOBRRAN. Okay, no, like that. So let's try this out. Now you can see here it perfectly work. Name, the name, this one having the name and the populations and the state and also the short name and also the information regarding the governor. So this is how you can actually converting your data. See, when you're trying to, you are not using this one. Let's say I'm going to click here to take another one. Just this data, just copy this out and इसको रीड करते हैं. देखो यहाँ पर क्या होता है, स्टेट है, ओके, दिक्कत की कोई बात नहीं. इसके बाद शॉर्ट नेम है, ओके फाइन. लेकिन कंट्रीज में कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. कंट्रीज ठीक से जो कंट्रीज का अंदर जो है ना नेम वगैरह जो है, सुमित, पॉपुलेशन, वो अच्छा से रीड नहीं हो पा रही है क्योंकि इट्स जस्ट ए list inside a list. So that's why it can read it properly. So that's what we need to do. We need to using the record parts. So दिक्कत हो रही है किस में, कंट्रीज पे, इसलिए कंट्रीज मुझे देना पड़ेगा. इसके बाद जहाँ पर दिक्कत नहीं हो रही है, आई मीन जो इसका क्या है ना कर्ली ब्रैकेट्स का अंदर है, उसको भी आपको देना पड़ेगा. स्टेट, शॉर्ट नेम, इसके बाद इन्फो एंड द गवर्नर, बिकॉज इन्फो और गवर्नर इज लाइक इज नथिंग बट इनसाइड ए लिस्ट. It's just inside a curly brackets. So that's why you need to also provide it as a list, provided as a list. So this is how you can actually access the data from here. So अगली वीडियो में हम इसको एक्सटेंड करते हैं. यहाँ पर हम HTML और XML बारे में जानेंगे और how can you read the HTML and also XML file using this Pandas library. So in order to extract the data from a website, we're going to be using here the Pandas library. Let's say you have some data, like it can be the share market data or any kind of data. It's available on your website. Or it may be the product data that is available inside the Amazons or Flipkart, whatever else, right? So I'm going to take an example of that. I am just going to take an example from the Wikipedia list of countries and the dependencies by populations. So if I go down, you can see here there is a list with having the country, the population, and percentage of the world, date, and source. So what I'm going to do, I am simply going to extract the data from here using Pandas library, and I'm going to convert this data into one data frame. So when you get the data from your website, then you can do some analysis on that. So what I actually do, I just copy this link, the website from the Wikipedia. Then I'm going to import here the pandas. So let's say import pandas as pd. Then simply shift enter, or you can also click here to run the file. Then what I can do, I am going to define here a variable that's called df equal to pd.read.html, because this is one HTML file. Or this is nothing but a website, and you know website is a combination of the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and in the backend there should be a server. It can be PHP or it can be the Python Django server, right? So now what I'm going to do, I am simply going to paste my link that I copied. So this is the link for the list of countries and dependencies by the population. If I shift enter, and you can simply see it is loaded. Now if I see the df.hat, let's say df.hat, and this one, and you can see okay, list object has no attribute hat. Now the question is why it's not converted into the data frame, I mean df.hat. If I'm trying to see it, the type of that, let's say type of my df. So this is nothing but one list. Now my question is when I get the data from this website, it will actually give me one list. It is not by default converted into the data frame. So how can I actually get the value from the here, right? Maybe there are so many lists are available inside your data frame, right? I mean in your website, so many tables are available. Now the question is when you're trying to access the value from a list, obviously you using here the index number. So let's say if I trying to use the index number, let's say df number 0 index. So again, if I run on click here, and you can see here all the value are available inside your website. It will showing up that you can see country, dependency, population. If I go on here, you can see here country of list and dependency by population, and you can see the country, the index number, and all of them. See, in this website there have just one tables, right? So that's why it actually reading this table from just one table. If it have the multiple number of list, so it can be read from here. If I give here the one, maybe it will give me some index error. If I run this out, yeah, it's not giving me the index error. There is another list also, but it's not quite good. we'll take another example on that. So let's say make it 0. So this is how you can actually load your data from a website. If I see another website, let's say kaha jaye yahan par, okay. So you can see this is a website from the Wikipedia, actually the blog COVID-19 pandemic by country by territory. And if I go here, you can see there are so many lists are available. I mean, so many data like this data, and also here another one, another table, and another table. So many table are available. Now you can also access them. You can access them based on the index number and also the matches. So if I go in here again, so if I hover over here and use the shift tab, and if I explore it, you can see here the function, a parameter, the argument is called the match. So using match, you can also match your data, and you can also access them based on your match. So if I'm trying to load the data from here, let's say I'm going to copy this sound and I'm going to pass it here, and I'm just going to replacing this link for the copied one. Okay, so this is the data for that. So let's go on the remove the full screen mode, and I'm going to copy this one, and I can go on the full screen mode, right? So let's go on here. How is it? Yep. So if I going to make it changes here, and let's shift enter, and it will run in the file. Okay, let's take some shell, and you can see it will load in the data from your website. And if I try to see the df of 0th index, and if I click to run this file, and you can see the first one is appear. If I again select the number 1, and you can see this is the number 1, I mean the table, again 2. So there are so many are available. Again, let's say 5, let's run it out. So there are so many tables are available, where based on the list that it will show up. So let's say I'm trying to show here the which one that I'm going to show. Let's say it have country and territories, and it's also have the locations. And let's say I'm trying to copy this one, right? I mean, based on the Bekinet, just going to copy this one, and I'm going to go on here, and I'm going to match. I mean, just going to pass the data. I will pass the data from here based on my match query. So let's say match, and I'm going to give here the data. So which one is the location of the Bekinet? Okay, let match on based on the Bekinet, right? So again, shift enter, and I need to also give here 0, because it will actually give here the 0th one. So you can see here based on the Bekinet, it actually try to loading the data from here, right? So this is how it actually work. Maybe it having another one. Let's see this out. Okay, there are so many are available. Let's say 2. See, so many available actually actually access the data based on this Bekinet. Okay, so if I go on the website again, so let's say go on the website again, and this one, and maybe there are so many are things are available based on that. So let's say I am searching from the data, let's say that million. Okay, let's say based on that's these stats. Oh, okay, let's go on the website. Yeah, go again, list index out of range. So let's say make it title 1, and you can see here based on the Bekinet, actually it is loaded. Maybe it's not loading up correctly, so that's it's not showing up. So if I see the 0th index, so you can see it having the Bekineted also, right? I mean vaccinated, so not Bekineted, vaccinated. So where it is find the vaccinated, it actually getting the data from this website. So there are so many available. So let's say I'm trying to access the data based on the deaths, based on the deaths. I mean, there are so many lists are available, so that's why. So let's say I'm going to just run this shell from here, and it will give me the output based on the dat. I mean, in which table it having the dat. Again, it will give me this kind of error. Okay, let's make it HTML, and let's copy this out and just paste it out here. Okay, shift enter. Okay, so based on the dats, it actually gave me the data. I mean, how it actually accessed it. Okay, it's actually showing up like that, right? So that's it. How can you actually access the data from here? And if you can also check this type of the data, I mean, how it actually look like. So how can you do? Let's say I'm going to check the type of the data. So let's say data, I mean the df. Let's say this is a df of which one? Let's say df of 0. So you can see it's right now at data frame. It's converted into the data frame. Okay, it's good. It's actually showing up these dates in just a row wise, right? In a row wise. So that's why it's not looks cool. Okay, that based on the dates, you can see it's actually showing up all the data here. So you can also save your file inside your directory. Inside your directory, you can also do that. Let's say I'm going to save this file inside my directory. You can also do that using let's say df of 0 to which one, to html, and you can simply check demo.html. Let's say I'm going to save it as a demo.html, demo.html, like that. So shift enter, it will save it inside your folder, and if you can check, you can see demo.html is showing up. So this is how it should look like in the HTML format. You can do some add some css, and you can also do some styling on that. So this is how you can actually extract the data from the HTML, I mean any website, and store it inside a pandas data frame, and you can also export it from here and do some pre-processing on the data. Now you see that how can you also do the same thing using in the XML file also, and how can you do that if you have an XML file. So before converting your XML file into data frame, you need to also know that what is actually XML. So XML, the full form of the XML is nothing but called extensible markup language. Is a markup language that provided rules to define any data. Unlike other programming languages, XML cannot perform computing operation by itself. Instead, any programming language or software can be implemented or structured by data management, right? So this is nothing but one kind of HTML2. It's just like HTML, but it has having some different on that. So what I can do, you can see this is nothing but one structure of the XML and also the HTML. So this is the different on that. So now what I can do, we can simply creating an XML file, and you're going to convert the XML file into one pandas data frame, right? So if you have the knowledge about the Android Studio, that how can you create applications using Java, maybe you know the XML, how you do changes on the XML file, and your UI are changes. So based on the XML, you can actually creating some button, the text view, so on, right? So this is how actually XML works. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm simply going to exploring this XML and try to convert them into the pandas data frame. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm simply going to import here the pandas. Let's say I'm going to import here the pandas. Okay, it's small, import pandas as pd. Then simply what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to pass here xml. So this is nothing but xml version. The encoding is the utf8, and you can see there the url set and having the url. Let's nothing but call the namespace also, and it having the url, and inside this url it having the log, the last modification, the change frequency. So this is nothing but a structure of the xml file, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to shift enter, and it will load it here. Now I'm going to use the method that's called read xml, like that. Then what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to pass my xml. Now it will convert this xml file into my pandas data frame. So now let's say, okay, so it's converted my data into the pandas data frame. So now what I can do, I am simply going to see the type of the data. Let's say I'm going to make it df equal to xml. If I'm trying to check the type of the data, let's say type, and I'm going to use here my df, and if I click to run the file from here, and you can see here this is nothing but one data frame. By default it will convert the data into the data frame. So now if I again go on here and use the shift tab from the keyboard, and if I explore it, you can see here there is a property called xpath. There is a property called xpath and also a property called namespaces. So we're actually discussing about that what is actually xpath and what is the namespaces. So for that, I need to paste here another XML file. So let's I'm going to paste here the XML file. So this is also the another version that how can you do that. See, this XML file and also this XML file also same, just having some different on that. You have the URL set with having the namespace, and you have the extra URL tag, but there is a just one URL tag, I mean three URL tag but in the same row, and all the URL set just having all the property just like the CSS that you actually do in the web development or web designing. So this is mostly same as like that. So what I can do, I simply going to actually paste here the file. Then I'm going to simply copy this one, and I'm going to paste it here. And if I run this file and see the def, and if you're trying to run the file, so all the things are same. All the things are same, but why it's not getting any data? You can see it's actually showing up the none, because in the file you can see the log, the log, but it having the last mode, but it don't have the last mode. So it by default actually make this should be the none. You can also add here a property that's called the XPath. Let's say I'm going to add here my XPath. So let's say I'm going to actually load in the file based on my URL XPath. So this is called the XPath. So I need to give here one dot, then I have to give here this \n, and I'm going to give here my URL. Then you can see it's simply going to load the file. Just like you can see how you don't put here the XPath and how you put the XPath. So this is how the XPath actually work. Now I have to pass here another XML file. Okay, so I'm going to pass here another XML path, and you can see this is nothing but XML file. If I'm trying to run this file again, see here having some different. It having one namespace doc::data, and based on the namespace, it will trying to load the data from here. So now what I can do, I'm simply going to copy this one, just copy this one, and I'm going to paste it here. And if I just remove this XPath from here, just remove this XPath, and if I run the file from here, it will also load it. If I see the df and try to run the file, and you can see here it will also load the file correctly. It also loaded the file correctly. Now you can also add here the namespace. Based on the namespace, you can also load them. Let's say you have so many data are available. Now based on the data, which data you are going to extract. Let's say you have a doc row, you have a doc column, so you can actually specifically actually access the column from here. So that's why you need to give it the XPath. So let's say I'm going to give here my XPath. So let's say my XPath. So the XPath is nothing but my row. This row, not only row, it having a doc row. So I have to give here this like this way. So let's say doc and having the doc row, and I need to also give here my XPath. Based on the XPath, actually getting the data from here. If I trying to run the file from here, it's not giving me the error. Okay, it's called XPath. It's XPath. So it will not give me the error. Okay, XPath doesn't return any nodes. Be sure low level data are XPath, and if documents, okay, it's not getting this. Okay, it's not dot, it having the colon also, so that's why it's not showing up. Undefined namespace prefix. See, it said the undefined the namespace prefix. Now what is actually namespace? It's not like the CSS. I mean C++. When you doing the code in the C++, that's called using namespace std. That means you are going to load in the all the standard library from the C++. Now you can see how I actually give you the XPath in the data. Let's say I'm going to give you the XPath, let's say ul. So let's see is there give me the any error or not. See how I actually give you the ul, it actually gave me the error. XPath doesn't return any nodes. So make sure when you give your XPath, it should be in the proper, then it actually loading the data from your directory. So I need to run the file from here again. So let's say just run this file from here again, and it will give me, it's not give me the error in this case, but in this case it will give me this error. See, because undefined the namespace. So when you have the namespace, you need to also mention your namespace, right? So for that I have to give here the namespace. Let's say namespaces. So namespaces, and I need to give you the namespace in the dictionary format. So my namespace name is nothing but my dog, and the namespace name is nothing but called http.example.com. So I'm just going to copy this out. Just copy this out, and I'm going to simply paste it here. And let's run it out. Now you can see you don't have any error, and all the data are actually loaded correctly. You can also convert them, save them into the XML file in your folder. So let's say test. Okay, let's say I'm going to make it as testing.xml, and shift enter. You can see it will actually load the data. Okay, if I check on my folder, you can see here it having the texting.xml, and you can see the 0 score 3604001. So this is how it is loading the XML file in your browsers. So first, what you need to do, you need to first install the library that's called the NumPy. So you can also install this library using your command prompt. So for that, you need to open your terminal in Windows and type here pip install, and the library is called NumPy. So this library is nothing but already installed in my system, so I don't need to install it. But if you are using multiple version of Python just like me, if I click enter, you can see it gave me some error, because you can see I have multiple version of Python. You can see Python 3.10, and I also have Python 3.8.5 and also Python 3.6.5. Now my question is, let's say I'm trying to installing this library, this NumPy library on my Python 3.8.5. So how can I actually install this library? Yes, I can install it this command. I need to give here my interpreter name and give here the M for multiple version, and I need to type here the pip install, and the library name is called the NumPy. So let's say NumPy. So if I enter, and it will automatically installing this library on my system. And you can see requirement already satisfied. That means this package, this library is already installed in my system. Now my question is, how can you install this library using your Jupyter notebook, right? So well, I'm going to click at the close this out. So you can also do here, just pip install, okay, like that, install, and library name is called the NumPy. Shift enter. So it will automatically install this library using this Jupyter notebook. It's just like also a kernel or a terminal. If it is not working in your case, you can also give here the ampersand sign. That's, I'm going to copy this out, and you can also give here a sign, this exclamatory sign, and you can also give here this like comment python m and pip install numpy. So this is also the same way that you can also installing this library on your system. So this is the Python version, is nothing but 3.8.5. So if I open my uh, uh, cmd, I mean the terminal, if I type here the python, and you can see python 3.8.5, right? You can also do the same processing in installing all the library in your different version of python. Okay, that's it. अच्छा लगा ना? Okay, now what I can do, we can simply import here the library that we actually install. So what I need to do, I need to simply call here import numpy as np and shift enter. You can also click here to run this file from here. Don't worry on that, right? So import numpy as np. Now we are going to creating an array using numpy. Now my question is the array is available inside the Python in Python data structure? No, the array is not actually available inside the Python. If you are coming from the C++ or C or Java, there should be the array. So what is nothing but the array? Array means you can collect or you can store the same kind of value, I mean same data type of value in a list or in an array. But in a list of Python, you can actually store different types of data type value. Let's say I'm trying to take an example. Let's say LST, and I'm going to give you 1, 2, 3, and you can see there is all the value are right now in an integer format. If I shift enter and try to print it, let's say just print it the type of that. So let's say I'm going to print the type of that. So this is nothing but one list. Okay, that's mean in Python you don't have any array. Now my question, if I trying to change this something here, let's say I'm going to give him my name. So you can see it's taking the input, and by default is list. But when you are doing the same code in the C++ or Java or C, it may give you the error because it don't have the list. In array you can just store in the same kind of values. So now the question happened arising here, may we creating an array using Python? Yes, we can creating an array using NumPy library that you actually already import here. So NumPy actually help you to do this in a short way. So don't worry on that. So now what I can do, we can simply do some analysis on that, and that how can you actually convert this list into a NumPy array. Let's see how can I do that. So let's say make it 3 now, and I'm going to again run the shell, and I am trying to convert this list into one NumPy array. So for that I can use here np dot the method that's called the array, and what I can do, we can simply pass here my lst. Then now it's converted this list into an array, and you can see array is nothing but 1, 2, 3, and inside this array, right? So if I try to change something, let's say I'm going to add here the Chandu. See one thing here, just notice one thing. Shift enter, enter, enter. This is nothing but on list, but it having another property. It's called d type, also called the data type. And you can see d type is nothing but the attribute in the NumPy, and it's a u11. It's mean this Chandu word is a string, and it having the high priority. So that's why it actually gave me the data type. But how I actually remove this, you don't see the data type here. You don't see the data type, right? So let's store it inside a variable. Let's call array. And if I'm trying to check the type of the array, right? Let's say if I try to check this type of this array, so let's see type of the array, and where is it? Type of the array, and you can see it's nothing but one NumPy and D array. And D means it can be multi-dimensional. It can be 1D, it can be 2D, so many kind of. So that's why it's so that it's ND array, not 1D, 2D like that, right? So now what I can do, we can also check the shape of that. हम यहाँ पर shape भी check कर सकते हैं. Let's say ar dot shape. So यहाँ पर आप इसका shape भी देख सकते हो. Shape है 3 comma. 3 means just having the 3 values, right? and comma, and you don't have anything else, because this is nothing but 1D array. So that's why you don't put here the 1 like that. So that's when in the 1D array, it just give you the value, I mean how many values are available inside your ND array. Then what I can do, it actually give you a comma, and after that last of them. Okay, that's mean this is nothing but 1D array. So now we're going to see that how can I creating a 2D array. Yet how can I create a 2D array? So I'm going to copy this out. Just copy this out and paste it here, paste it and paste it. Let's make it out. Let's say this is 1, this is the 2, this is nothing but 3 list. So let's make it as 4, it's called 5, it's called 6, and let's make it out 7, इसको बनता है 8, तो हो जा 9. हो गया. अब क्या करते हैं, इसको हम क्या करेंगे, इसको हम नंपाई एरे में कन्वर्ट करेंगे. लेकिन देखो, तुम जब यहाँ पर सिंगल एरे क्रिएट करते हो ना, यहाँ पर जस्ट सिंगल ब्रैकेट होता है, थर्ड ब्रैकेट होता है. लेकिन व्हेन यू आर क्रिएटिंग द 2-dimensional array, that's mean there should be 2 bracket. There should be 2 bracket. So let's see how can I do that. Let's say np.array. इसका अंदर हमको देना पड़ेगा list 1, इसको देना पड़ेगा list 2, इसके बाद देगा list 3, right? So इसका बाद क्या करना पड़ेगा, हम इसको एक वेरिएबल पे स्टोर करते हैं, इसको array 1, shift enter. You can see array take from 1 to 2 position are given, but 3 was given. That's mean you have to give this array value in inside a list, because this is a 2-dimensional array right now, because it having the three list. So when you are going to combine them, it should be a 2-dimensional array. It should be a 2-dimensional array. You can also make it 3-dimensional, right? So now you don't have any error. So let's say array 1. Now you can see it's converted into 2-dimensional array. तो आप इसको पहचानेंगे कैसे? यहाँ पर देखो 2 ब्रैकेट है, 2 ब्रैकेट है, स्टार्ट में 2 एंड में 2. So that's why it's 2-dimensional array. It's 2-dimensional array. So this is how you can also do that. Now you can simply going to copy this, and you can also check the shape of that. Let's check the shape, and you can see 3, 3. That's mean it having the 3, right? It's having the 3 row and 3 column, 3 row and the 3 column, right? So this is nothing but one 2-dimensional array. How? You can see here 2 bracket. You can also check the dimension of that. Let's say array 1. I don't know it's working or fine or not. Yeah, you can see array 1 dot and dims. It will give you the dimension of the array. That is a 2D array or the 3D array, just like that, right? Just like that. You can check the dimension of your array, right? So now I'm going to check that how can you do the slicing and how can you get the index value of your data. Let's say I'm assume that it's my list 1, 2, 3. Let's say I'm trying to access this value called 2. So how can I access them? How can I access them? Yes, based on my index number 1, 2, and 3. So the index number should be the 1. So if I am trying to make it, let's say this is nothing but my array, and from the 1 I am trying to access the value. So I got the value as a 2. I got the value as a 2. You can see list equal to 1 to 3, and this is nothing but the 1 index number 1. So that's why I got the value as a 1. So this is how you can actually get the value from here. Let's say I'm trying to make it 5. Let's say I'm trying to make it 5. So now the value should be replaces. So let's say if I try to print it out, यहाँ पर देखो भाई 153 2 कन्वर्ट हो चुका है, 2 कन्वर्ट हो चुका है 153. ऐसे कन्वर्ट करते हैं, ऐसे रिप्लेस करते हैं. यहाँ पर तुम इसको क्या बोलते हैं, तुम अपडेट भी कर सकते हो, right? So let's say I am trying to print in the last element of my data. I'm trying to print my last element of the data. So how can I do that? Let's say I'm going to printing my last element. So वहाँ पर तो आपको देना पड़ेगा 2. So 2 दोगे तो 3 तो बन जाएगा. लेकिन let's say you have 1000 element. 1000 element inside your data. Now you're going to check that which one is the last element, and you don't know about the shape of that. There is a shortcut technique to do that. Yes, you can simply pass in -1. देखो भाई आंसर सेम बनता है ना, 3. The last element you get, right? Let's say I am trying to printing all the element. Let's say I'm trying to all the element. So let's say colon to -1. You can see 1 to 5. 1 to 5. See, here is the one thing actually. It's actually going from colon. It actually colon to -1. That means except the last element, it will printing all of them. Except the last element, it will printing all of them. Again, let's say I'm trying to creating here another one. Let's say I'm trying to changing something on here. Let's say there is a 4, there is a 5, there is a 6, there is 7, like that. So let's run all the shell right now, and you can see except the last element, except the 7, it will try to printing all the below. Okay, it changes 5. So 1 5 3 4 5 6, except 7, it will printing all of them. So if I try to make this 2, see, except 2 element, it will printing all of them. Except 2 element, last 2 element, it will printing all of them. So let's say I am trying to reverse the array. I am trying to reverse the array. So how can I do this kind of indexes or slicing index? So let's say I'm going to give it 2, and let's say I'm going to give here, so how many value here? Let's say it having the 3 value, last 3. I am going to actually, what I can simply going to, okay, let's say I'm going to give here 7. Okay, let's give here 7. Okay, 7. You can get here the last element of the value. So when you give here the 2, and if I'm trying to give the -1, you can see here all the value are reversed now. All the value are reversed now. So I'm trying to comment out those like, because बहुत गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पर हम अपडेट करते हैं इसलिए. ओके, हो गया कमेंट आउट. अब ओके यहाँ पर जाते हैं. ओके, दैट्स इट नाउ. 1 5 5 5 3 यहाँ पर शायद, ओके, यहाँ से रन करना पड़ेगा हमको. रन कर दो भाई साहब, हो जा रन. अब ओके. 1 2 3 4 5, except 2 element, it will printing all of them. Now you can see when you give here -1, it will reversing the whole array. It will reversing the whole array. 7 1 to 7, and it will reversing them. 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. लेकिन यहाँ पर हो क्या रहा है? देखो यहाँ पर वो एक्चुअली जा रही है लास्ट एलिमेंट का बाद, लास्ट एलिमेंट जा रहे हैं, इसके बाद इसको प्रिंट कर रहे हैं. देन अगेन दिस वन, अगेन दिस वन, अगेन दिस वन, अगेन दिस वन, अगेन दिस वन. If I give here -2, so after gap of 2, it will printing all the element. First it will give for 7, then it go for the 5, then it will go for 3, then it go for 1. This is how it is painting. When you are going to give some gap on that, let's say the same gap, you can do this kind of slicing index, right? If I give you 3, that's mean it having the 3 gap. यहाँ पर 3 gap होना चाहिए. 7, इसका बाद क्या होगा? 4 होगा. 4 के बाद क्या होगा? 1 होगा, right? Simple. This is how you can actually do some slicing or indexing on your array. So now this is nothing but for the 1D array. Now my question is, how can we do it for the multi-dimensional array? So let's say I'm going to painting my multi-dimensional array. I mean 2D array right now. 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 8 9. Let's say I am trying to printing all the element. So let's say all the elements. So यहाँ पर आपको देना पड़ेगा एक comma, right? It's nothing but for my row and the column. So let's say I'm going to give here all the row and all the column. Let's see it is working or not. See, it's working. You are trying to printing, you are already printing all of the element inside your 2D array. Now let's say I'm trying to printing from 1 to 2 and 4 to 5. So this is nothing but my column number 1, column number 0, column number 1, and this is nothing but column number, it's nothing but my column number same again 1, and column number 2. But in the row cases, when you're giving this element, it should be in the row. Now let's say I am trying to go from 0 to 2. I mean 0 to 2 means row, 0 means this one, and 2 means this one, right? And I'm going to go from again 0 to 2. Let's see what actually happened. So you get here 1 2 4 5. Now my question is, we give here 0 to 2 and 0 to 2. So this is nothing but my for row index, and this is nothing but for my column index. So यहाँ पर देखो, when you give here 2, it will actually give here -1. I mean it will actually when you give here 0 to 2, that's mean it printing 0 to 1, 0 to 1. Let's say this is nothing but my row index, and this is also the row index. ये row index है ना, हम क्या कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर 1 2 को प्रिंट करने के लिए हमको रो नंबर भी प्रिंट करना पड़ेगा, इसके बाद कॉलम नंबर भी देना पड़ेगा, राइट? सो रो नंबर है 0, इसके बाद है रो नंबर है 1, राइट? कॉलम नंबर है 0, इसके बाद है कॉलम नंबर 1, right? From 0 to 1 and also row 0 to 1. But when you give here the value of the last index, we need to give here +1. We need to do here +1. Let's say I'm going to go here 1, and I'm going to go from the 1. Now if I give here the 1 again, +1, and this +1, then you can simply print it out. You can simply print it out, right? देखो, तुम जब स्लाइसिंग कर रहे हो ना यहाँ पर 2D array पे, आपको एक इंडेक्स एक्स्ट्रा देना पड़ेगा. यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा देना पड़ेगा. Let's say I am trying to print the first element. Let's say first element. आई मीन फर्स्ट इंडेक्स को हम प्रिंट कर सकते हैं। तो देखो यहाँ पर सारे रो ले लिया, इसके बाद दे दिया यहाँ पर 1। सो देखो ओके, टू मेनी इंडेक्सेस आर गिवन, क्या हुआ यहाँ पर, लेट्स से if I give it to 2, so too many indices of our array is one dimension, but okay, oh it should be 1, that's why. Okay, now let's check this out. See, we painting here the 2, 5 and 8. See, 2, 5 and 8. So you can see we getting all the row index, we getting all the row index, रो यहाँ पर जाता है, यहाँ पर जाता है, all the रो ले लिया, लेकिन कॉलम पे बात, कॉलम पे हम just we taking the 2, 5, 8, I mean 0, 1, just 0 और 1 के लिए, इसलिए 2, 5 और 8 आ, right? So let's say I'm trying to printing the 3, 6, 9. So यहाँ पर क्या देना पड़ेगा, 2 दे दो भाई, अच्छा से हो जाएगा। देखो यहाँ पर होता है क्या, इसको बोलते हैं यहाँ पर शायद एरे, इसके बाद ब्रैकेट होगा, इसके बाद आपको देना पड़ेगा रो, इसके बाद आपको देना पड़ेगा कॉलम, just like this you need to do the slicing, you need to do this kind of way, you need to do this kind of way। इसको मैं कमेंट आउट करता हूँ यहाँ पर जाके, ओके हो गया स्लाइसिंग। नाउ लेट्स से I am trying to printing the element from 1 to 2, I mean इसको प्रिंट कर सकते हैं 2 to 3 and 5, 6। so how can I do that? so रो यहाँ पर 0 और 1 है, कॉलम है 2 से 1 से 3 तक, 1 से 3 तक, राइट? so इसको हम कॉपी करेंगे और लेट्स कॉपी दिस आउट, एंड यहाँ पर और भी एक लेते हैं, इसको यहाँ पर देते हैं 1 रो तो है, रो एंड रो, ओके रो आर फाइन, डोंट वरी ऑन दैट, लेकिन कॉलम पे चेंज करना पड़ेगा, यहाँ पर होगा 1 से 2 तक। Now you can see you got the 2 and 5, so यहाँ पर देना पड़ेगा 2, then we can get 2, 5, 8, so 2, 5, 8 we getting here the all the value। so let's say I'm trying to printing it from row, I mean 2 row, so that's mean I need to give it the 2 row, and I have to go from the column number 1, so column number 1, 2, 3, so 1, 2, 3, then you can see 2, 3, 5, 6 that you can get, right? So this is how you actually do some analysis on here, that how can you do the indexing and slicing. This is the really very important one, that's why it's taking so much time here. Now let's say do some exploratory data analysis, that how it is usually really work, that you are going to reshaping your data. So let's say I'm trying to reshaping my array, so let's say how can I do that? So I can simply use here the reshape property to do that. So let's say this is nothing but let's taking one ND array, first one dimensional array. So to do that, what I can do, you can simply check that, let's say array3 equal to np dot arrange. You can also press the tab keyboard, arrange. Let's say I'm going to taking the value from 1 to 100, and I'm going to try to reshaping it. Let's say I'm trying to reshaping it. So reshape in the, let's say I have the 20 row and the 5 columns. So you can see, okay, it's having the 2 to 5, but having the value of the 99. So one say okay 100 तक 99, so यहाँ पर जाते हैं, so you can see here all the value it having the 20 row and the 5 columns. This is how you actually reshaping your data in the NumPy array. This is really very simple. You can also do the dot product, you can so do the multiplications also. So let's say I'm trying to generate another one, let's say I'm trying to generate another one, I'm just going to copy this out, this array 1, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to make it 4, and also going to reshape it, right? Let's say I'm going to reshape it, where is it, why यहाँ पर आ जाना, reshape यहाँ पर जाके यहाँ पर कॉपी करना, इसको भी reshape कर देते हैं, इसके बाद 3, इसको हो जाएगा 4, हो गया reshaping। अब इसको क्या करते हैं, इसका dot करते हैं, right? So let's try to do the dot. So let's say I'm going to multiply with array 3 and into array number 4. So this is how you can also do the dot product, that how can you do this dot, right? You can also creating some arrays with having the field with ones. So for that you can using here the np.ones, let's say using here np.ones, then simply you can give here in the tuple format, इसका आप यहाँ पर आपको tuple में देना पड़ेगा, let's say 5,3 दे दो भाई साहब, देखो all the value are generated with having the 5 row and the 3 columns, and all the value is filled with 1. So yes, आपको काम पे लगेगा how you are creating the kernel in CNN and also in the ANN, how you do the pre-processing on that or convolution operation, or how you actually initializing the weight for that. you can simply using this method to creating the weight with having all the value with the one. So let's say I having the all the value with the zeros. So I need to do the image processing. आपको काला और पीला type की image create करना पड़ा तो. So you can also do this property to creating the all the value having the one and all the value having the zeros. So what you can do, you can simply pass it inside use the array. Let's say 5,4. So you can see 5 row and the 4 column is created with having the all the value the zeros. So this is how you can actually creating the np dot zeros and also the np dot ones. And you can also do some random value. Let's say I'm trying to generate some random value. You can see how in a give here the which one arrange it actually generate the value from 0 to 99. But when you're trying to generate some random value, it by default automatically generate when you're running the shell again and again. So what I can do, you can simply using here the np dot random. So वहाँ पर एक random function होता है, तो वहाँ पर आप इसको डाल सकते हो. तो वहाँ पर क्या होगा, आपको कुछ रैंडम नंबर मिल जाएगा. So let's say I'm trying to using here random dot random, let's call random. So यहाँ पर हम करते हैं क्या, let's say I'm going to calculate from value from generate from 0 to 50. So यहाँ पर देखो जब हम इसको देखो 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 all time it will generate the new values. All time it will generate the new values. Now you can see it's just having the one value. Let's say I'm trying to making it, let's say giving here 4. So you can see here it having the 4 value. If I am trying to make it, let's say 100, it will see it will generate some 100 random value. So this is how you can also do the randomized value. How you're actually initializing the weight in the deep learning method. You can also using this technique to generate the random weight also. Because you know how you actually generating the weight, आप जब डीप लर्निंग में वेट इनिशियलाइज करते हो ना, इसको रैंडम में करना पड़ता है आपको. देन द फॉरवर्ड एंड द बैकवर्ड प्रोग्रेशन एक्चुअली हैपनिंग, देन you can actually minimize the error and do some updations on your weights. So this is how you're actually using this NumPy in also the convolution neural network or creating the ANN like that. And now let's say I'm trying to reshape it. Let's say इसको reshape करना पड़ा. So reshape करना पड़ा. तो यहाँ पर तो 100 वैल्यू है ना, तो 20 और 5 में हो सकते हैं, हो जाएगा, हो गया. Let's say I'm trying to convert the value from 10 to 15 and let's say I have 4. So इसको reshape कर दो, किस में let's say 2 में क्योंकि यहाँ पर 4 वैल्यू होगा, हो गया reshape भाई, 2D array में convert हो गया, 2D array में convert हो गया. So let's say I'm trying to generate some value with having the range between 2 to 3. Let's say how can I do that? All the value are having the inside this random functions. Let's say random dot rand and random, and let's say 2 to 3. I'm trying to actually initializing all the value. So let's say np dot random dot random, and you can see all the value is having inside the 2 to 3. Let's say when you're trying to normalize your data, आप जब normalize करते हो ना Python machine learning पे, जब आपको लेवल एनकोड करना पड़ता है, तो क्या करना होता है, all the values are getting inside the 0 to 1. So this is how you can actually also do that. You can also do that. Let's say मुझे चाहिए -1 to 1, तो -1 तो नहीं आएगा शायद. I have let's say 1 से 2 तक दिखता है, right? देखो all the value is having value between the 1 to 2. So this is how you can also do that. Let's say I'm going to give here 5 to 6. So 5 to 6 का अंदर भी आपको value आ जाएगा, बहुत सारे value वहाँ पर आ जाएगा, right? You can also generate this kind of value. Let's say I'm taking another example. So let's say this one, I'm just going to taking this from here 1 to 7. This is the first array. So let's say array, and I'm trying to calculate the arg max. So from the value, so you can see here arg max is nothing but 6. 6 means it's nothing but giving the index number. So let's say I'm trying to printing it here, and if I'm trying to checking the maximum value inside my array, so how can I do that? Let's say arg max. So this is how you can do that. So 6 means it's nothing but the index number 6. In index number 6 is having the maximum value. Let's say make it 34 now. Okay, इसको update करते हैं, right? Update करते हैं. So let's say update it. The 2 number index value is nothing but called 32. So you can see index number is right now 2. That's mean it will update the value. 2 is converted, 3 is converted into 32. That's mean the RRG max actually give you the index number. When you do, let's say you are trying to getting the ARG max value from the prediction value. When you do the image classification, you need to also using this ARG max. right? You need to also using the max, right? But in these cases, you don't have the single number of array. Maybe you have the multi-dimensional array. Now the question is, how can actually using this max in the two-dimensional array also? Let's say I have my array that's called the array one. This is the array one. So let's say array one. So this is my array. Now I'm trying to getting the value max from the all the indexes. So I need to keep here the axis equal to 0. So I need to give the axis equal to 0. Then I got here the value is a 2, right? See, this is nothing but 1. See, you can see I got the value that 2. 2 is nothing but my, in the axis number 1, this is my maximum value. Let's say I'm going to give here the 1. So in the axis number 1, it's also having the index number the 2 value. I mean, it having the 3 indexes, right? In the 3 indexes. You can also do the summation on that. See, in the axis number 1, you can see how you actually do the adding 1, 2, 3, you can get the value of the 6. And how you actually add this, you can get here the 15, and how you add them and you get here the 24. Now let's say I'm going to add all the column, then I can give here, I can get here 1, 4, 7 is nothing but the 12, then 50 and 80. So this is how you can also do the summation on that. And you can also do the arg mean also. Let's say arg mean of the 1D array. You can see arg mean index is nothing but 0. That's mean in this array, the index number 1, index number 0 is nothing but the minimum one. So this is how actually NumPy actually work in Python. I just actually discussed about all the things, simple step here. You can also go on the documentation of the NumPy and do some analysis on that, how the NumPy method. There are so many methods actually available. You can also do some analysis on that. So before jumping on the tutorial, you need to also installing this library that's called the Matplotlib. So you can give here a command that's called a pip install Matplotlib like me. So let's say pip install Matplotlib, install Matplotlib like that. So you can see the spelling is Matplotlib, not math, right? So when I press this shift enter keyboard, or you can clicking this run button, and it will installing this library on your system. So this library is already installed in my system, so I think I don't need to install it here, right? But in some cases, when you're using the Google Colab, you need to give here exclamatory sign also, right? Like that, exclamatory sign, right? Just remember this one. If it is not working, you need to give here the exclamatory sign. Okay, fine. Now let's take another shell now. So now what I'm going to do, I am simply going to import my matplotlib. So for that, I need to use here import matplotlib.pyplot as plt like that. Shift enter. And you can see it automatically imported this library on my notebook, right? So let's take some shell. Okay, fine. So now using Matplotlib, you can generate some plot, like it can be a scatter plot, it can be the plot, it can be the bar plot, it can be the pie chart, all of the plot. You can also do the histogram of the images and also the data. See one thing, when you are going to exploring this Matplotlib, you need to memorize one thing here. First, in Matplotlib or in any graph, you have the two axes. One is the x, another one is y. Again, यहाँ पर दो axis होना चाहिए, x or y, right? X and y. And x should be a list or tuple, and y should be a list or tuple. Or x should be an array, or y should be an array. You know, to give this kind of value, it's like an array format. Then what I can do first, you're going to exploring the method that's called a scatter. So to do that, I can use here the plt.scatter. So if I am trying to hover over here and hover over the scatter and use the shift tab from a keyboard, and if I explore it, you can see you need to give it the x and also the y, and it having some parameter argument. And you can, if you go down, you can see the scatter plot of y versus x with varying marker size or color. That's when you can give here some color. Now what is nothing but the x and y. X means the x-axis value and also y-axis value. So you can also generate this value using the NumPy, because we already know about the NumPy, that how can you creating some random value using NumPy also. So to do that, we can using here the NumPy. So let's say import NumPy as NP, and we need to import. I need to give here the two value inside the scatter plot. First one is the x and another one is the y. So now the question is, how can you generate some random value? You can use the np.random, but we are going to using the np.arrange. So it's one better for me. So let's say np.arrange, and we can, let's say I'm going to getting some value from 1 to, let's say, 30. Okay. And also for y, let's say arrange, we are going to getting some value from, let's say, 30, 31 to 60. Like, And one more thing, when you give here the value, x and the y size should be the same. The size of the x and size of the y should be the same. Otherwise, it will give you some error. It may be the axis error. So let's say try to run it from here. Now I'm going to pass here my x and y. And if I'm trying to run this right now, okay, one more thing. When you're trying to running this, you need to also give here the plt dot show. This command you need to also type here. See, when you give here the plt dot show, and you can see one scatter plot is created. One scatter plot is created. Now you are using a Jupyter notebook. You can also remove this line from here. Remove the line from here, and you need to do one thing here. You need to give here one thing that's called a Matplotlib inline. Matplotlib inline, so that you don't need to type this plt.em show again and again. So let's say Matplotlib inline. So if I run the shell now you can see here, you can get the output that you get before, right? You don't need to give here. Now you are trying to change this color below. So how can you change it? You can give here the property that's called color, and inside that you need to give the color. So let's say I'm going to give here the red color, run it. So you can see red color. If I'm trying to give here the green color, you can see green. If I try to make it B, and you can see the blue color is printed. See how cool is it? You are actually creating a scatter plot. Now let's say I'm trying to give here my x level, x-axis level, and the y-axis level. So how can I do that? I can give here like that plt.x level, like that x level, and I can give here my name. So nothing but this is my x-axis. So x-axis like that. And if I'm trying to copy this out, and we having the y-axis, so it should be the y, and let's make it y-axis. And if I run it again, now you can see here the x-axis. This is nothing but the x-axis, and this is nothing but my y-axis. And you can see here the y-axis value started from 30 to 60 that you see here, and also the x-axis value started from 0 to 13, right? You can also keep here on label so that it's look both. So let's say I'm going to copy this out, and I am trying to make this y level should the title. Okay, it should be in a small letter, title. And let's try to make this out. Let's say this is a scatter plot. So this is how you can creating a scatter plot using the Matplotlib. So we are also exploring another library, Python library, the visualization library. It's called a Seaborn. So Seaborn पे इससे अच्छा होगा. I mean plotting इच्छा अच्छा से होगा. काफी realistic लगा इसको. You can also click here to save this file, just save image as, and it will saving this file on your system also, right? You can also give here the command that's called the plt.savefig also. Let's say plt.savefig. I mean, save the figure, and you can give here a name with the from the image. Let's say test.png, like that, png. Okay, it will automatically saving this plot inside your directory. So let's check this out. So you have put jate control tab. Okay, you can see here one file is created here, test.png. That's mean it is created, right? That's not created. You can seconds ago. Okay, fine. You can also save this figure like this way. Now, so this is how you can actually creating this 2D plot using the Matplotlib. Now let's checking the another one. It's called a plt.plot. plt.plot. So let's say I'm trying to making by y-axis and the x-axis in the form of the floating point number in the float, not a scatter plot in the float. It's another kind of float, right? Okay. So now to do that, you need to use here the plt.plot, and you can do some styling on that. So let's say I'm going to using here the x and y, and I'm going to give here my color. Let's say I'm going to give here my color, the R, and I am trying to copy all the things here. Just copy this all the things from here, and I'm going to paste it here. And see, you can see here one plot is created. See, it's the scatter plot having the dot value, and this is nothing but one line. That's called also the best fit line. If you are learning this linear regressions, you can creating this kind of line, right? So let's say I'm trying to changing my y into let's say x into 3, like that, x into 3. So let's see we having the getting the value or not. Yeah, we can got the value, but it's better let's make it axis here. Okay, so see, it's look like the curve, like it's look like the curve. So this is how you can also creating the plot. So it should be the plot, just plot. Let's say 2D plot. Okay, see how it's look like. Now you can play with this color value and it having some property on that. So let's say shift tab, and if I explore this, and you can see they're having some value, let's say parameter x and the y, and it having the let's see which one have it having the line width and also the marker size. You can see this is nothing but my color as a character description. You can actually give it the markers and also give it the color. You can see B means the blue marker, OR means red circle, G means grid solid line. Also having the color value, you can also give it here. So now what I can do, I am simply give here another property that's called a line style. Let's say line style, line style, style, line style. Give the line style should be dashed. Let's say dashed like that, dashed. And also you can give it the line width. So line width, WDAT width. Let's say give here 1. And also you can give it the marker size, marker size. Let's say give it 10. Okay, now let's see. You can see here this is nothing but a float, and it's not right now a dash in a dashed format. You can give here let's say 2. So let's see. Wow, that's green. Let's try to make it green, and let's run it now. You can see it's converted into green. You can also give it the star also. Let's say green star. Let's say green star, and you can see a star, right? How cool is it? Blow, and let's turn it down. You can see blow with having the stars. So this is how you can actually creating the float using this Matplotlib. Now let's say you can see there is a just simple one float. Now I am trying to plot 4 float in the same picture. 4 float in the same picture. So this is called a subplot. I mean, just one picture you are going to plotting the four graph. So that's when we have in the 2 row and the 2 column. So what I can do, you can simply using the subplot. You can using the subplot. So let's say I'm going to use the plt.subplot. Now I need to export this thing with how many row and the how many column. So let's say we have the 2 row and the 2 column, and the one number axis we are going to plotting the first one. So let's say I'm going to copy this out. I'm just going to copy this out, and the first plot we're going to plotting this one. In the second plot we have the 4 axes. The second plot make it second, and you're going to make it red. In the second plot we are trying to copy this, and we're going to paste it here, and we're trying to make it red. And in the third plot we are going to plotting on a scatter plot. See one thing, just wait, plot, and just print paste it here. And in the third plot, I mean the fourth plot, we are going to using the another one, 4. Let's say this is nothing but plot green. Shift enter, and you can see we having a 4 plot. We having a 4 plot in the same pictures. You can see this is nothing but one plot with having the blue color and with having a star. And you can see another one is nothing but the red with having the star. And this is the nothing but a scatter plot with having the blue and the green. So this is how you can also plotting the subplot also in the Matplotlib. So this is how you can actually do that in simply way. You can also do some calculations like y equal to mx plus c. I mean the equation of the what is called equation of the linear regression. You can also draw this out. So let's say I am trying to getting some value. Let's say I'm trying to getting some values. Let's say y equal to mx plus c. This is the equation of the straight line in the linear regressions. So let's say I'm trying to giving my m value as a 3 and the c value as a 5. Let's say I'm trying to give like that. And also I have an x of list. Let's say x of list. So let's say I'm trying to using the again np.arrange, and I'm going to getting the value from 1 to let's say 11. And we have a rules that's called y equal to mx plus c. So now I'm trying to plotting this graph. So for that I can using the scatter plot, or I can also using this plt.plot. So what I can do, I can simply copy this out. I'm just going to copy this out and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm trying to make it let's say blue right now, and with having the dashed. Okay, I can also remove this out, don't worry. So if I'm trying to print it, okay, mx is not defined. Okay, I have to give it the m value and the x value. Let's say give here m value as a 5, and let's say x value, c value as a 3, the coefficient, right? So now you can see here it also creating a plot, right? Creating a plot, and this is nothing but a coefficient. If I'm trying to make it 5, and you can see this is nothing but a coefficient. So this is how it's nothing but you can also creating the plot using this Matplotlib library to exploring the linear regressions. So when we go further, we also discussing about that the EDA, the feature engineering part. So don't worry on that. I also coming with the three projects also for the EDA and also the feature engineering, which one is very important in order to solving some real world problem in the data science. So now what I can do, I am simply going to plotting the also what I can the sine wave and also the cos wave. You can also do that. So let's try to do that. So we having the property is called np.pi. So we having the pi value 3.1416. Now let's say I'm trying to plotting the sine wave and the cos wave. If you know about it, okay, in class 9 or 10 or in the inter, maybe you know about it, that sine, the wave of the sine or the cos wave, you can also plot it out. So to do that, I can using here again x equal to np dot arrange, and okay, just arrange. मैं अच्छा से जा रहा हूँ np.arrange. Then what I can do, we can simply give here the value, and we know in the sign, when you're creating the sign, it having the value of the pi, and pi mean 22 by 7s, which one is the infinite number. So now what I can do, I am simply going to getting the value from 4 to pi, 4 to np.pi, and it having the difference of, let's say, 0.5, just having the difference of the 0.5, or let's say 0.2, like that. Then what I can do, I am simply going to the property in Python that's called np.sign, with have passing the value x, right? Passing the value of x. So this is nothing but getting the sign value to calculating the signs in the trigonometry, right? So let's say I'm trying to enter. So np is not defined. MP, it's not mp, not np. Okay, it's plotted. Now what I can do, I'm simply going to plotting this out. So in order to plotting them, I'm simply going to use this one, right? And going to use this one, and I'm going to make this title should be the sine wave plot. So let's say sine wave plot. So this is how you can actually plotting them. Plot. Okay, this is nothing but a sine wave. So you can also do these things for the cosine also. So to do that, what I can do, we can simply plotting this number. So let's say I'm trying to make this, copy this out. Okay, copy this out, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm simply copy this out now here, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to make it cos. So let's say cos. So you can see here the cosine wave. This is the sine wave, and this is the cosine wave. So make it, let's say, cosine wave. Okay, so this is how you can actually do this out, the sine wave and the cosine wave, like this way, the sine wave and the cosine wave. So इसको भी run करते हैं इसके ऊपर यहाँ पर. Okay, cosine wave, you can see sine wave with the cosine wave. You can also plot it in the line by line using subplot. So this is your homework. सब कुछ मैं करूँगा तो तुम क्या करोगे, right? Okay, so now what I can do, we can simply plotting the bar plot, and we already discussing about the scatter plot, the dash plot, also the linear regression, just basics one, and also the sine wave and the sine wave plot, and also the cosine wave plot. Now we're discussing about the bar plot. So in order to get in the bar plot, it having the property is called plt.bar. So if I export it, shift tab, and if I export it, you can see x and the height, the bottom, align, and the data, making a bar plot. The bar's x position x with the given alignment, right? Okay, fine. That's when you need to also give the x value, and with having the y value. So now I'm going to taking some values, let's say inside a list, let's say comma 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, comma 5, comma 6, comma 7, just getting some random value, right? And also let to give here the value for the y. Let's say y equal to, let's say 8, comma 9, comma 10, comma 11, comma 12, comma 13, comma 14, like that. So it having the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 7's value we getting here, right? Now I'm going to passing my x and the y, and if I'm trying to run the shell, and you can see one bar plot is created. If I try to make it, let's say I'm trying to make it 2, and you can see here also having the bar plot is created. That means it's counting them. In the 2, it is counting the extra 2, right? And counting the extra 2. So the x-axis and the y-axis value, it is creating one bar plot. Now let's say I having another list. Let's say I'm going to make another list. Let's say x1 and also the x2. Let's say I'm trying to compute the male and the female. When you're actually exploring the data, you need to also compare the data. This data is the balanced data or the imbalanced data. When you do the imbalance, the EDA part, you need to also exploring these things using a bar plot, that it is really the imbalance or the balanced data. Let's say I have the x1 and also the x2, right? Now I'm exploring this same thing in the same bar plot, so that I can check that which one is a minimum, which one is the maximum, or having the value or not. So let's say I'm trying to copy the same value here again. Let's say I'm copying this value same here again, and I'm trying to make it, let's say 31, let's say this 11, and this is 51, let's say this 14, and I'm going to same copy this y value, and I'm trying to pass it here, and let's make it the 19, the 21, let's say make it let's say this is make it says 24, like that. So now what I can do, I am simply going to plotting the same thing in another one. Copy this out, paste it, make it x1 and also y1, and let's give here on color. Let's give here on color. Okay, let's give here the color. Let's say I'm going to give here color as a green. So let's say green color. Shift enter. Okay, x1 is not defined, and it also runs the shell. Okay, y1 is to define, I need to make it y1. Oh bhai, itna kya gadbad ho raha hai yahan par. Okay, now you can see here the value of the x, I mean the x1, x, and the x1 and y, and the y1 value. See, this is not x and the x1, right? Again, see how the value is represented. Let's say I'm trying to make it also quite same. Let's say make it 1, let's say make it 2, and let's try to make it 11, like that, and let's say make it 13, and also let's make it 6 or 5. So now you can see how in actually plotting them things, you can see you can get some different that how you actually do that. You can actually clarify that which one having the maximum value and which one having the lower value. See, if I actually zoom it out, just one thing, just zoom it out. See one thing here. See in this plot, you can see one plot is created. You can see here this is nothing but for the green, and this is nothing but the blue. That's mean how you are exploring them, that the x2 value is a low. X2 value is a low, and rather than x1 value is a high. X1 value is a high. See, this is nothing but the x, and this is nothing but the x1. So see, that's mean you have the low value in this point. You have the low value in the x1 portion, and having a greater value in the x portion. This is how you can actually explore in this thing. This is how you can explore in this thing, right? In the EDA. Now what I can do, we can simply taking, let's say give you some low amount of number so that you can get it correctly. थोड़ा कम नंबर लेता है, नहीं तो कंफ्यूजन हो जाएगा यहाँ पर. हो गया 3 लेता है. हो गया अच्छा से. अब देखो, okay, let's take another number one. Let's say 2, 8, let's say 10. थोड़ा गैप देते हैं इस पे. Let's say 11, let's say make it 16, let's say make it 9, and x1 पे लेते हैं let's say 3, 9, 11, just 1 से 10 तक, right? इसके बाद लेते हैं let's say 6, let's say 15, let's say 7. Now it's plotting correctly, right? See, now it's working fine. See, this is nothing but the first one, the x1, 2, and another one, the x1 is nothing but 3. Now you can compare both of them. You can compare both of them, that which one is a greater and which one is not. Which one is greater and which one is not. Based on that, you can take some decision. You can take some decision in the EDA part. So don't worry on that. If you don't understand it, just know that how can you plot and bar plot. So when you do some projects in the EDA or the feature engineering part, then you can actually understand this thing, what actually happening inside this bar plot. Now I'm trying to exploring this again and creating some histogram plot. Let's say I having one array. Let's say numpy np dot array. So with having some value inside a numpy array and some duplicate value also, or maybe it could be the number of the student, that how many students are getting the highest value and how many are not. So let's say I'm going to give you 90, let's say 91, 90, let's say 87. That's the number of the student. Let's say I take an example. So 77, let's say 76, 56, let's say 90 again, let's say 97, 92, 94, let's say one is a fail, let's say 33, 32, let's say 50, just like some random number, right? Okay, so we just get giving some value of the student, giving the number of the student. Now using this, you need to actually creating here one histogram. In Bangla, it's called the Ayatal Echo that we actually learn in our 9 or class 10. If you're from India, maybe it's having this. It's also called a statistics part. So let's say I'm trying to plotting this thing in histogram, in the from the histogram. To do that, you know, to using here the plt.hist, oh by plt.hist, then I have to pass here my a. Now you can see here, based on the value, it is creating a plot. It is creating a plot. See, in the 90, it will having the 4 student. It having the 4 student. And in the 30 to 40, it having just 1 student. That's mean this one maybe 32. Okay. In 30 to 40, it having just 1 student. And in 50 to 60, it having also 1 student. It's on 56, right? 56. And again into the 45 to 50, it having the 3 student. Let's check this out. It having the 45, 45, and also maybe another one have also, yep, 50, right? So it having the 3 value. So this is how actually histogram actually work. This is how the histogram actually work. So you can also give it the title. So let's say plt dot title, and I'm going to give here let's say histogram or histogram like that. Okay, you can see the histogram is created. Also you can give here the x level and also the y levels. That's up to you. Now we're going to exploring the another important one. That's called the box plot. That's called the box plot. And which one very important, which one very important, how you do the data analysis and how you removing the outlier in the data. Removing the outlier in the data. Outlier means it's not necessary when you're building the machine learning model. So using box plot, you can detect the outlier of the data. Detecting the outlier of the data. So how can you actually do that? How can you do that? You can simply do that using the Python. Using Python. So let's try to do that. So let's say I'm going to getting some random value. Let's say data. I'm just going to exploring this value. I'm just going to generate the value using the NumPy because we have the NumPy, right? Let's say I'm going to generate some random value. Let's say np.random and random, and let's try to generate some normal distribution value. There is some distribution like a normal distribution, Gaussian distribution. I'm trying to making it normal distribution, just having some normal distribution. If you know the statistics, you know about the normal distribution. What is the Gaussian distribution? You know about it. Let's say I'm trying to getting some value that is a normal distribution, and let's say I'm going to give here 0, and with having the standard deviations, and also let's say giving this difference, let's say 100. Let's say 100. Now what I can do, I'm simply going to lambda function to generate some value. Let's say std in range. Let's say getting some value with having the 1 to 5. Simple, we're getting some values. So if we try to print it out, let's say data, and you can see this is nothing but one list. This is nothing but one array, or you can see list with having some value in the normal distribution. With having the normal distribution. Now if I'm trying to plot it, let's say plt dot box plot, and if I'm trying to pass my data, and you can see here just having 3, you can see here our plot is created, and you can see here there is some outlier. There's having some outlier is detected. So if I try to make it, let's say 3, and let's see now. You can see it having some outlier. Let's try to make it 4. Okay, now you can see here it having some outlier on the data. This is nothing but the outlier. Now when you get this outlier using Python, you maybe remove this or getting some another method also to remove the outlier. You guys should do that out. You can do it out. So it's having also some values, I mean some property also. If I explore it out, and you can see our notch, it having the bird, it having the perch artist, you can also do that. So let's try this out also. Let's say I'm going to use me a bird, I mean bird access. So let's say make it true. So if I try to make it true, and also it having the patch arts, so let's say patch p-a-t-g-s patch artist, let's say make it true. Now see one thing. So when I try to make this out, you can see here the vertical is right now in the horizontal. You will try to make it the false, and you can see the box plot looks like that, and this is nothing but an outlier. This is actually detecting the outlier. How in exploring the EDA bird, you can actually do that. Let's make it false. Then you can see just it having the white one, just default one. And now when you get this outlier, you can simply remove this outlier using some technique. It having some another technique in the EDA. You can actually do that in order to remove this outlier from your data. Now you can exploring the last one. It's called the pie chart, the pie chart of the data. एंड दिस द फाइनल ऑल वीडियो शायद काफ़ी लंबा हो चुका है, बोरिंग भी हुए आप शायद, कोई बात नहीं, वीडियो पॉज करो और खाना पीना खा के आओ, इसके बाद बैठ जाओ और लास्ट वाला. So let's say I'm trying to creating here one pie plot with having some programming languages. Let's say I have my language. Let's say language. And let's say I having one language that's called, let's say first with Python, obviously Python, my favorite one. Then we have, let's say, Java. Okay, Java. Then we have our, let's say, C, and we have our, let's say, dirt. Okay, dirt, the flutter one. And let's say we have our javascript. Okay, fine. Now let's define some values with corresponding the language. Let's say make it sizes, the sizes of this file. Let's say I make it says, let's say 120 MB, and let's make it a Java file, let's say 50 MB, and let's say C, let's make it C++. I don't like C because it's object oriented one, so that's why I like it. So let's make it, let's say 345, let's say 250, and JavaScript, let's make it 210. Okay, the size of the file. Okay, now I'm going to also giving here some color also. So let's give here the list of the color. See one thing, why color actually, when actually plotting this pie plot, you can actually using some colors. So let's give here some random color. So let's say give here Python is golden, so it should be golden. And Java देते हैं किसको, let's say sky blue. Okay, let's say light sky blue, or let's give here green or red like that. So let's say green, and इसका बाद है let's say red देते हैं इसको, कितना हुआ 4 5, और को क्या देते हैं, let's say येलो ग्रीन देते हैं, हो गया right. Now let's give here some explode. So we'll discuss about that, don't worry on that. Let's say we have in the 5, so let's say go here, the first one is a priority one, let's say give one 3, and all of them below are 0. Okay, fine. Okay, we created. Now what I can do, we can simply create the pie chart. So now this is the most important one. So let's say plt.py. Then we simply give here my languages or size. Let's give here my sizes. Okay, now based on the sizes, you can see it creating a pie chart. So you can see the size 120, the 560, 345, and the 250, and the 210. Now what I can do, you can simply divide them. We're going to simply divide them with having the language, with the Java, with the C++, or dirt, right? So to do that, what I can do, you can simply give here the labels, and language is nothing but my labels. So what I can do, you can give here my labels, right? Labels as my language आ गया, पाइथन आ गया, जावा आ गया, इसका बाद क्या है, पाइथन काम है ना, पाइथन इसका बाद आ गया, नहीं पाइथन को अच्छा देना होगा, 5 देते हैं, अब बढ़िया लग रहे हैं पाइथन, इसका बाद है जावा, इसका बाद है जावास्क्रिप्ट, डॉट, सी++, हो गया, हमारा लेवल्स भी हो गया, हमारा साइज भी दे दिया यहाँ पर. Now what I can do, we can give it the colors. So to do the colors, let's say colors, now we're going to give it our own color. So let's say I'm going to give here the colors. Okay, colors भी दे दिया, हाँ, colors भी आ गया, हमारा वाला color आ गया. Now what I can do, we can give here the shadow. So let's say give here some shadow. Let's say give it the shadow like that. Shadow आ गया क्या, हाँ, shadow भी आ गया, देखो shadow भी आ गया यहाँ पर. Okay, fine. Now what I can do, we can also give here our explode. So to do that, we can give here explode भी हम देते हैं यहाँ पर, explode को देते हैं explode की तरह से, भाई कॉपी कर दो, इसके बाद explode करता है हमको, पाइथन का explode करना है हमको, हो जाए explode, आप देखो explode हो गया. Let's try to make it shadow should be false. Okay, देखो explode हो गया, explode बहुत अच्छी तरीके से किया. So if I try to make it 0.1, and you can see, just wait, it also run this out. Oh देखो explode हो गया. थोड़ा सा गैप है, यहाँ पर. You can also print the percentage, how many percentage is. So to do that, you can also create here a property that's called the auto PCT. It's called the auto PCT, and you have to give here this in a format of the floating point number point. So let's say I'm going to floating this, let's say 1, 1.1, and F and ampersand sign like that. Okay. Now let's see the floating is coming or not. Now you can see that 27% is Python, 29% is Java, the C++, the Dart, and then JavaScript. So this is how you're actually exploring your data, that how many percent inside your data. Okay, so this is about the pie plot, right? शायद वीडियो आपको अच्छा लगा. So discussing about the Matplotlib, the scatter plot, the bar plot, the histogram, creating the sine wave, the cosine wave, and also the histogram, the box plot, to how to actually remove the outlier. Then we're discussing about the pie plot one, right? So that's it for today now. Hope you enjoyed tutorial, and make sure to subscribe to channels and don't forget to hit the bell icon. So इसका बाद हम लोग Seaborn के बारे में जानेंगे, और इसका बाद हम जाएंगे प्रोजेक्ट में, राइट? क्योंकि हम 3 प्रोजेक्ट भी करने वाला है वहाँ पर. So first what you need to do, you need to simply installing this library on our system. So for that you can also use your Jupyter Notebook, or you can also use your terminal. So you need to give here type here a command that's called the pip install Seaborn. So let's say I'm going to type pip install Seaborn and shift enter, or you can also using here the run button on your Jupyter Notebook, right? So maybe sometime it's not working in your case, because by default when actually installing this Jupyter Notebook actually set the pip also, so that's why it's working in my case, and I can use this shell as a terminal also, right? So in your case you need to give here the exclamatory sign when you are using the Google Colab or any notebook. You need to give here the exclamatory sign, right? So you need to memorize this thing. Okay, then what I can do, we can simply going to import it here. यहाँ पर हम लोग को import भी करना पड़ेगा इसको. So let's say I'm going to import it. So let's say I'm going to import here the Seaborn as SNS. So this SNS is nothing but the LIS, and using this one you can also access this SNS library, right? So now what I can do, we can simply shift enter to running this shell. Then you're going to loading one data set which one already available inside our SNS library. Then we do some analysis on that, like univariate analysis, the bivariate analysis, and so on, right? Like we're going to plotting some distribution plot. We're going to exploring all the things inside the SNS library. So which one much better than Matplotlib? Also one more thing, when you install the Seaborn, make sure you also install the Matplotlib library. Otherwise it's not work. Because Seaborn is working on the top of the Matplotlib, right? Okay, fine. Then what I can do, we can simply load it the data set sns.load data set, and we're going to pass here the data set name. So let's say I'm going to use here the tips, the data set name. If I'm trying to store it inside the df, and you can see like that. So let's say df dot head. Then you can see here this is nothing but one data frame. If I try to check its type of the data df, and this is nothing but one pandas data frame, which are already available inside our SNS library. Well, now you can see here we load our data set, it having some column, total bill, tip, sex, and the smoker, day, time, and the size. Now based on that, what I can do, we can do some analysis on that. So first analysis is called the correlation between the matrices. So this is nothing but the part of the feature engineering, also called the feature extraction part. So in next few tutorial, when I do some projects, we actually basically cover 3 projects on this topic when this tutorial actually end. So this is the last tutorial on the data visualization for the Daredevil Python machine learning library. Then you're going to do 3 projects. Then you can actually understand what actually happening inside here, and you can explore it well, right? Then what I can do, we can simply checking for the correlations. So correlation actually help us to getting the idea behind your numerical column. See, this is the numerical column. Numerical means the continuous value, and the categorical means it's the string type of value. So here the sex and the smoker and the day and the time are the categorical value. So you need to also handle it out, right? We actually handle it in the later on, right? How you do the EDA part, the exploratory data analysis part, right? So you can see here this is the numerical part. So that's why it's showing up total bill, the tip, and the size. Which one is numerical? Now you can see this is nothing but one simple matrix. We can also visualize this matrix in a heat map. So that I need to use here the sns dot heat map, like that. And you're going to pass here my df dot correlations, like that. Then you can see here my correlation matrix is showing up. My correlation matrix showing up with having some, you can see here the some color actually showing up, and based on that you can check the correlation matrix of your data. This is how you can check the correlation. If it is a highly correlated, then you can actually neglect the column, right? You don't need to put it, right? So this is the part of the feature engineering, or you can say the feature selection. Now we're going to checking for the join plot. So join plot is basically using for the univariate analysis. So univariate means just analyzing the one thing. Let's say you have some features. So let's take some shell. So let's say I have the feature number 1, and I have the feature number 2, and I have the feature number 3. Then I have one target column. I have one target column. So now based on the feature column, I can predict the target column, right? So this is nothing but called the supervised machine learning. That's called the supervised machine learning. Supervised. That means it is working based on the supervision. It having the feature and having the target. Now what is nothing but the univariate analysis? That's called the univariate analysis, like that, right? So univariate means just single column. You can analyze the single column with the target column, and the bivariate means that's having two column, right? Two column and the one target column. If it is the third, I mean 3D, then it having the 3 feature columns and 1 target column. So now univariate analysis is nothing but for checking for the 1 columns, right? Okay. Then what I can do, it's better you can make it mark down like that. Okay. So F1, F3, the target, the supervised machine learning, and univariate analysis. Okay, fine. Then what I can do, you can using here the join plot. So in order to join plot, using the join plot, we can checking the analysis between the feature column and the target column. So in the feature, that's having just one single column, and you need to put here the target column. So if I go up, so you can see here, based on the tip value, I am going to predict the total bill, right? I need to predict the total bill here. Total bill, I need to predict it, right? This is nothing but my target column. So in the x-axis, I need to give here my columns, I mean the numerical column, and in the y-axis, I need to give the target column. So let's give it out. So then what I can do, in the x column, I need to give here my tip. So tip is for the nothing, but for the univariate analysis, that's having just one single feature. यहाँ पर हमको just single feature देना पड़ेगा univariate में. So bivariate होगा तो आप वहाँ पर 2 feature भी दे सकते हो, right? So then what I can do for the y, we're going to giving here the target class. हमको target class यहाँ पर देना पड़ेगा. So हमारा target क्या है? हमारा target है total bill. इसको copy करना यहाँ से and यहाँ पर जाके paste कर देना. हो गया ना? Then what I can do, you know, to give my data. यहाँ पर हमारा data भी देना पड़ेगा. Data दे दिया. Let's say kind. So kind means what kind of plot that you need. So there are so many plots are available. Let's say choosing the hexagonal. Hexagonal choose करते हो गया. Seaborn has no attribute joint plot. Okay, it should be joint plot. Joint. Okay, then you can see joint plot. See, this is nothing but the distribution of your data in histogram way, and in the x-axis, this is not the y-axis. The x-axis, in the x-axis you can see the tip, and in the y-axis you can see the total number bill. Now based on that, in this region, the 20 to 10, it having some more value are available. You can also create one line for that. That means in the most of the value are available inside this 20 to 10 of the 2. This is the higher and this is the higher. I mean this portion. Now you can see it's quite black. This is how you can do the univariate analysis, right? So you can also draw some regression line also. So let's say I'm going to copy this out and let's paste it. You can also check for the regression line. Let's say make it red. Then you can see the regression line. You can see this one, I think, about my distributions, normal distribution, and you can see the best fit line. And you can see in the 20 to 10, it having some value. You can see in 20 to 10, it having some more amount of value. And this is talking about the outlier, right? You can the outlier. You can also predict it. You can also check this out, that how can you do the box plot using the SNS, and you already show this out, that how can you plot the box plot using the Matplotlib. And you can see rather than a Matplotlib, the plot is looks like grid, right? Quite great. Now you're going to checking for the pair plot. So let's say SNS dot pair plot. So pair plot is nothing but for the bivariate analysis. That's when it having the multiple number of feature. It having the multiple number of feature. So let's say I'm going to checking for the DF. Then you can see the features column with having the total number of bill, the tip, and the size. So this pair plot actually working on the numerical data, right? See, it having the 6 column, but it actually working on the total number bill, the tip, and the size, because those are the numerical column, right? And you can see the distribution of that. It is a distribution, right? And distribution and how many value are available. And based on that, you can actually do some analysis on that, and you can apply the machine learning algorithm. So now let's say I'm trying to apply the plot based on this tip column, based on the tip column. Okay, based on the sex column, that male or the female column. It's better, right? So let's say what I can do, I am simply going to do it. Let's say SNS dot pair plot, that how many value are available inside the sex column based on the sex column. So I can give here the hue, and let's say I'm going to give here and shift enter, right? Then what I can do, you can see based on the sex column, I mean male and the female, we can checking the value, the distribution of the data, that how many are value are distributed, right? And you can see the distributions of the data. You can also check this, you can also change it out. Let's say I'm going to change it with the help of the day. Let's say day. Where is it? Yeah, here is it. Let's say day, and you can see based on the day, it is showing the distribution plot, right? And you can see it have a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and based on that, you can see here three density, right? So this is how you actually do the analysis on your data set, right? Then what I can do, we can also checking for the dist plot. So dist plot actually help us to checking the distribution, if your data is distributed incorrectly or not. Is it normal distribution or the Gaussian distribution? Then you can do some analysis and do some feature engineering on that, and you can simply analyze using a dist plot. So what I can do, we can simply using here the SNS dot dist plot. Then I'm going to pass here the single column. So what I can do, I can give here my tip, just tip, and you can see the distribution of the tip column. So this is the distribution of our data set for the based on the tip. You can also give it as the based on the size. So let's check this out. Size is not matter, but tip is matter. For total bill, so total bill is nothing but my, okay, it's not total bill, it's nothing but my target column. So I don't need to checking for the distributions, right? Okay, so let's say make it tips, tip. Okay, fine. So this is the distribution of the tip data set, and you can see here y level is the density and x level is nothing but the tip, right? So distribution plot actually help us to distribution of the column feature. Okay, well, you can also make this tip should be changed. I mean, you can also give it some beans, the difference between them. So then what I can do, you can also copy this out, this plot. Okay, just show that how the code actually works. Then when you do the projects in the EDA and the feature engineering part, then we're actually discussing about this thing very well. Don't worry on that. So then what I can do, you can also give here some property. Let's it having some beans. Let's say beans give, let's say 10, and you can see the based on the beans, it can show the things, and you can see here this is the beans. You don't have the beans by default, maybe 10. So let's say make it 20, and you can see here based on the beans, and you can see the distribution of changes, right? And you can see how it's look like, right? You can also make this caddy should be false, so caddy should be false, and you can see, okay, you don't have the distribution. So with the distribution, you can also checking that how the distribution look like. You can make it 10, so you can see this look better now. So this is nothing but a distribution of my data set, right? So this is how you can actually handling the numerical column. Now we're going to checking for the categorical column, that it having some categorical column like sex, the smoker, and the day and the time. So this is nothing but a categorical column. Now my question is, how are you using the heat map or the joint plot or the dist plot or the pair plot? It's not showing up. So then what I can do, we can simply using here some property in the Seaborn like box plot, the Violin plot, the count plot, and the bar plot. Using this, you can check the distribution of our categorical column. So let's say checking for the categorical column. Let's say categorical column. Okay, this is my category column. Let's make it markdown, and okay, done. Okay, now what I can do, we can simply do the count plot of the sex. So let's say sns.count plot. It is nothing but checking for the data is a balance of the imbalance. Using this, you can actually checking for that. So you need to give here your column. So let's say give here the column, and I'm going to give here my data. So my data is nothing but my df, and based on that, you can check that how many value are for the male, how many value are for the female. You can also checking for the day or days, day, the Thursday, the Friday, the Saturday. There's so many less number of the Friday. Based on that, you can actually checking the number of count. I mean, how many value are available. You can actually do this out. You can also make it out in the y-axis too. I can copy this out. So let's copy and let's make it y. Then you can see this thing in the y-axis too. As you can see, let's make it sex now. There you can see. So based on that y-axis and the axis, you can actually doing the counting plot. So this is how you actually counting plot, and you can also checking for the bar plot. You can also do the bar plot. So let's say I am trying to plotting based on the target column, based on my target column. So my target column is nothing but the total bill, right? Total bill. So what I can do, I can simply give here my x-axis and the y-axis. So let's say I'm going to taking the value. Let's say sns dot bar plot. So we're going to checking with the based of my bar plot. I mean, how many value are available if the data is a balance or not. You can checking this like way. So let's say in the x-axis, I'm going to give here my total number of bill. Then what I can do, I can simply go here the y, and let's say give here the sex column, and let to give here the data as nothing but my df. Now based on that, you can see here the how many male value and the how many female value are available. If I trying to remove the x-axis, and let's check this out, it is give me the some error. I mean, based on the orientations, you can actually checking on the target column or any column you can do. Let's say I'm trying to make it there. So you can see here, neither x or y variable appear to be numeric. There should be some numerical column. I mean, it having just one numerical column and having some categorical column. So if I'm trying to make it tips, so this is nothing but my categorical column, and now based on the tips, it having some value, right? You can see the bar plot. So let's make it total bit now, okay? Because you have to upload it in the GitHub, so that's why. Okay, so that's mean bar plot. You need to give here one categorical column and also one numerical column, and based on that, you can actually plotting them. You can plotting them, and this is nothing but for the count plot. You can actually give here the one single column in the x-axis and also the y-axis. Now what I can do, you can also make it, you can see this is nothing but in the vertical order. You can make it y, and you can also make it x. So then it actually look like the straight one, and you can see here, right? Okay, let's copy this out and also paste it here so that you can use it as a reference. Okay, so is a x, and if you're trying to make it y, so it will show up the vertical order. This is how you can check checking for the bar plot. Okay, so now what you can do, you're going to import, we are going to actually export another plot that's called the box plot. So this box plot is actually help us to do the data representations, that if there are any outlier or not. You can also checking these things like that you actually already seen earlier in the Matplotlib. So it's also available inside the Seaborn. So what I can do, we're going to using the Seaborn sns.boxplot, and I'm going to keep here some column. So I need to give here one category column and also one numerical column. So let's say I am trying to give here my total bill. So total bill in a y-axis. Okay, total bill in a y-axis. And in the x-axis, what I can do, I'm going to give here my one category column. Let's say which one I can give. Let's say the smoker column. Let's say I'm going to give it out, smoker column. Okay, in the x-axis, I need to give here the smoker column. Smoker column देते हैं, इसके बाद y पे देते हैं टोटल नंबर ऑफ बिल, इसके बाद हमको पास करना पड़ेगा डेटा, पास कर दिया. अब देखो बॉक्स प्लॉट. सो स्मोकर कॉलम पे कुछ आउटलेयर वगैरह है, देखो यहाँ पर कुछ आउटलेयर वगैरह है, वो भी हमको रिमूव करना पड़ेगा. हाउ यू डू द फीचर इंजीनियरिंग, राइट? सो लेट्स चेक फॉर द डे. सो डे पे भी है कुछ आउटलेयर वगैरह. सो सेक्स पे क्या है, क्या शायद नहीं है होगा. हाँ, यहाँ पर भी कुछ आउटलेयर वगैरह है टोटल बिल के, राइट? So based on the total bill, it having some outlier on the every column, right? Which one is not necessary while you are building the machine learning model. Then you can actually remove the outlier of the data. Then you can create here one generalized machine learning model, right? So you can also do some changes on your data, I mean on your plot, and you can see here this is just having the single color. Let's make it day. So it having the 4 1, right? So if Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you can also do some changes on the palette. Also, you can give here some color. So let's say palette, and I'm going to give here, let's say, rainbow, rainbow. Yeah, now you can see some different color, So using that, you can actually checking for the outlier, that data, how the data is going to look like. You can also check the orientation of the data. So let's say I'm going to give here the orientation, orient equal to, let's say, give it the B orient. Then you can see here this is the orientation for the B. And if I try to copy this and I'm going to paste it for the another shell, I'd pass it here. And if I remove the orient, then you can see the difference between them. Rainbow, इसको यहाँ से remove करना पड़ेगा. हो गया. Then you can see the orientation of the data. It's quite different, quite okay, right? No different here. So this is how actually you can actually see the distribution of your data set, right? So now let's see the Violin plot also. So it's also same as it is for the kernel density, estimation of the kernel density. They also call the KDE, right? Kernel density functions. So you can using this Violin plot also, SNS dot bio. Let's say you can press the tab, so it will showing, give you the auto suggestions. Then in the X, let's say give you the total number of bill. So see one thing, when you are working on a categorical column, and you need to also give here the numerical column also in the x-axis or the y-axis. Make sure that you actually remember this one, right? Yeah, you aapko remember karna padega. Then what I can do, I can pass here my categorical column in the y-axis. Then let's say I need to give here my data. So let's say data equal to df, and shift enter. Then you can see the Violin plot with having the density, I mean kernel density, the distribution of the data, and also the outlier. And you can see it's not quite good. I mean इतना अच्छा भी नहीं है क्योंकि figure इतना छोटा है इसलिए, right? So they equal to df, and you can also give the palette. Let's copy this out. You can change the palette. So it's also same as it is for the box plot too. With just having the distributions of data, and you also see these things again already in our density. You can see the KD, the kernel density functions. So let's check this out, right? So that's it for today now. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial. And it's better you can also checking with another one, that for the iris. You can also check for the iris one. So this is also one data for iris flower recognition. I mean this data set, it having a sepal length, sepal width, petal length, the petal width, and species. You know, to also predicting the species column, right? So it also having just having all the numerical columns. That's why choosing the tips one. So that's why choosing the tips one, because it having some numerical column and also the category column. That's why I decided to taking this data set to making this tutorial, right? सो पिछली कुछ ट्यूटोरियल में हम लोग पांडस, नमपाई, मैटप्लॉटलिब एंड सीबॉर्न के बारे में जाना था और उस लाइब्रेरी को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से हम लोग एक्सप्लोर किया था. Now in this video we are going to using this library to exploring this dataset called Black Friday. So I already downloaded the dataset from the Kaggle that's called the Black Friday, and this is the dataset with having the two CSV file, training file and the testing file, and also I stored this dataset inside my folder that's called the dataset. And inside this dataset folder, I have the train.csv and the test.csv. So now what I can do, I'm trying to reading this file from my dataset folder, right? So for that, I need to import here some library. So we'll know about the NumPy, the Pandas, the Matplotlib, and the Seaborn. So now what I can do, we can simply importing all the library that we learned before, right? So for that, I'm going to import here the Pandas as PD. If you missed my previous 5 or 6 tutorial about the Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, and Seaborn, just go on here on the playlist and check all of them, because this is quite important to know about this library. So let's say NumPy as NP, and then what I can do, we can simply import here the Matplotlib dot pyplot as plt, right? plt. Then what I can do, we can simply import here the Seaborn also. So let's say import Seaborn as SNS. So as means is called the LIS. Using this one, you can actually access those library. And we also trying to give here the Matplotlib inline so that we don't need to actually giving the plt.show command while you're trying to plotting some graph, right? So inline like that, and shift enter, or you can also click here to run this file. Now what I can do, we can simply loading the file from our dataset directory. So for that, what I can do, we can using the pandas, because you know using this pandas we can read the CSV file, we can read the HTML file, we can read the JSON file, we can read the XML file too. So this is nothing but one CSV file. So what I can do, we can simply use this pd.read CSV, and I have to give here the path. So see how I can actually give the path. So inside the dataset folder, I have my train.csv. Then what I can do, inside my dataset folder, I have my train.csv like that. Now what I can do, I can simply put this data set inside a variable that's called a df train. That's a df train. Okay, done. Shift enter, and you can see it is loading the data set in my Jupyter notebook. Well, so इसके बाद क्या करना है, df train देना है, इसके बाद देना है 5, head के अंदर 5 दे दो, 5 row or column you can show, right? You can see 5 actually, you can see the 5 row actually showing up here. You can also give here the tan. You can see the tan row, right? I mean tan property, right? You can also make it blank. Then you can see by default it give you the 5, right? So this is how you can load the train. Now what I can do, you know, to also load the test one. So what I can do, I can simply copy this out and I'm going to paste it here, right? And I'm going to change this to be test. यहाँ पर test को change करना पड़ेगा. इसको बना दो by test. हो गया. Right? Then देना है d of the test dot head. हो गया. खत्म. Test भी load हो गया. So now let's check the shape of our data set, that how many row and how many column are available in our data set. So I can take one shell here. So let's say df train dot shape, and you can see here it having so many row and it have the 12 column. I mean 12 features, right? So let's check for the test also. So let's say test. So df underscore test dot shape. Well, it having the 11 one. I mean the test data, there is one missing column. So if I go on here, and you can see at the last it have a missing column that's called the purses. That's been based on this category. I need to predict the purses. Now my question is it a supervised machine learning or the unsupervised machine learning? Which one? Just pause the video and think about it. Yes, it's the supervised machine learning, because it having the target column, that's for the purses. See the test column, it don't have the purses one. Now based on the value or the featured column, I need to predict the purses. So because we are doing the exploded data analysis, right? EDA. So what I can do, you can simply put all the data inside in a one single data frame. I mean, you're going to join them. So in order to join them, you can also use the pd.concatenations. So to do that, you can use pd.concat. So concat, and inside that, in order to giving that you train inside a list, and also your df.test inside a list. Then what I can do, you can simply store it the df data frame. Now it is joining all the data frame, and if I see the df.head, then you can see this is nothing but my data set, right? This is nothing but my data set. If I try to check the shape of the data, df.shape, and you can see it having, if I see the 550068, it will actually both append them or add them and make one total data set. Now we have our total data set, right? Now we can do the exploded data analysis on this data. So let's do some basic operation of the data. So let's say basics operations. Okay, this one, let's take some shell, and those are the basic information regarding our data. Basic information regarding data set. Data set. Okay, those are the basic information regarding our data set. Let's say df.info for checking the information regarding your data set. So you can see here it having the user ID, which one is the int64, and having the product ID, the gender, age, occupations, the city categories, stay in current city year, which one is the objects, that's mean the string. So we need to also handle them this categorical value. So let's checking for the distribution also. Let's say df.describe, so that we can check the percentile also. So you can see the count, the mean, the standard deviations, the minimum, the 25% percentile, 50% percentile, 75% percentile, and also the maximum value, that how many maximum value are actually available. So now what I can do, we can do some data analysis and try to clean this data. So in this data, the user ID is not necessary. So what I can do, you can simply drop it. You can simply drop it. So what I can do, we can using here the df.drop, we can simply drop it from our list. So for that, I have to give here inside a list, user ID, and what I can do, I need to also give here my axis. So it should be the user ID, and what I can do inside that, I need to give here my axis equal to 1. I need to remove this whole user ID column. Now, one thing you can see in the describe, you can just see one thing: the user ID, the occupation, the material status, product ID, all the information are showing up. See, user ID is a string, the occupation is the integer, and also material status is all the integers, and product category 1, the product category 2, and the person all are the integer or floating point number. If it is object, it don't show the describe the descriptions about the data set. It's just showing you the numerical one. Numerical आपको यहाँ पर देखेगा, आप देखेगा, right? So x is equal to 1. I need to make it x is equal to 1. That means all the column, this column I'm trying to drop it from the data set. Then what I can do, I can simply give here my in place as true, so that it don't take any extra gap. So let's in place equal to true. Then now what I can do, I can simply put it inside my data set. You can also do it, or you can shift enter. Then if you're tracking for your df.hat, and what I can get, okay, you can see user ID is gone. User ID is gone, right? You can see user ID is gone right now in the data set. Okay, fine. Now you can see there is a one problem, that there is some categorical value also. There is some categorical value like gender, the age, the city category, and it have another one maybe. No, there no. Just having the gender and the age and the city category, we need to handle them. So what I can do, we are going to convert this categorical value into the numerical one. So what I can do, we can do the one-hot encoding or the label encoder. You can also do that, right? So let's checking the one simple technique. That's called the pd.get dummies. So let's say pd.get dummies. I mean, when you put this data inside your get dummies, then it will actually convert this data set, this gender column, into some numerical column. So what I can go, we can give here the df of genders, the genders, to handle the categorical value, just converting them. Like यहाँ पर हमको convert करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन क्योंकि हमारा जो कंप्यूटर वगैरह है ना, वो तो स्ट्रिंग नहीं पहचानते हैं ना, तो वहाँ पर हमको क्या देना पड़ेगा, नंबर देना पड़ेगा. तो इसलिए हमको यहाँ पर इसको कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा न्यूमेरिकल में. सो लेट्स से जेंडर, देन व्हाट यू कैन डू, यू कैन सिंपली गिव हियर द ड्रॉप फर्स्ट इक्वल टू true, right? So why should we need to give here the drop first? See, when you're creating the get dummies using the pd.get dummies, it is creating a separate column for that f and also for f, and it actually trying to do the data 0 and 1 like that. So when you are giving here the drop first, it's not creating an extra column. Like f or m. So then what you can do, you can simply pass it the same thing that actually going to get the dummies. So let's say gender, and you can see the df. Let's say df. Now let's run it here, and now you can see your gender is converted into female is converted into 0, and male is converted into 1. You can also do the mapping. Don't worry, I'll show you this later on how you do the age one, right? How you need to handle the age one. See, how can actually handle the categorical value. We now converting them our gender into the numerical value, categorical to numerical, right? Now we're going to handle the age one. So before handling the age one, we need to also check that how many value are available inside my age. So let's checking for that. Let's say df of age. So here I need to put here the age. Now let's checking for the unique value, that how many value are available. Unique value, right? So unique value, unique, and shift enter. Now you can see here it having some unique value. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Now there is one question. Let's say I'm trying to make it same the get dummies, right? I'm going to make this like that. That's called the get dummies. So what will actually happening here? The one problem actually happening here, if you see 0 to 17, it will make maybe 0. Then 55, it maybe make it 2. And 26 to 35, it may make it 3. So see, but the problem is here when the 0 to 70 is a 1 and 80 to 25 is nothing but a 2. But when you using the get dummies, आप जब यहाँ पर get dummies अप्लाई करेंगे तो वो क्या करेगा 55 को 2 बना देगा, राइट? लेकिन तो यहाँ पर तो 70 के बाद तो 50 नहीं आता, राइट? तो इसलिए आपको मैप करना पड़ेगा, आपको मैप करना पड़ेगा। तो आप जो get dummies यूज करना है ना, it's better you can use it for the 2 1. If you have two value, right, like gender, male and the male and the female, then you can use the get dummies. But if you have the multiple number of value, तो क्या करना पड़ेगा भाई आपको? भाई मैप करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर तो जो है ना अलाइनमेंट तो इंपॉर्टेंट है। 0 से 70 70 के बाद तो 8 to 25 आता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर तो 55 प्लस है। तो अब मुझे तो क्या वो हैंडल करना पड़ेगा, राइट? तो इसलिए क्या करेंगे हम करेंगे यहाँ पर इसको करेंगे मैप। सो लेट्स से df of age. So you can also do one thing. You can also do the label encoder. But same thing is actually happening in the label encoder also. The pd.getDummies and the label encoder are mostly similar. It will try to make the female should be 0 and male should be the 1. But when you do the mapping in your own way, the manually, तो सही होगा, right? So now what you can do, you can simply convert them into the map. So I'm going to copy them. Then what you can do, you can simply use the map function is करना है भाई, simple. Then what you can do, you can zip here 0 to 70. Let's say 0 to 70 यहाँ से copy करना। अच्छा, यहाँ से 0 to 17 इसको मैं बना दिया 0, इंडेक्स नंबर 0 से स्टार्ट करते हैं, राइट? इसके बाद है 80 to 25, इसको करते हैं हम 1, ऐसे मैप करते हैं, राइट? इसके बाद 25 के बाद है क्या 26 है। लेकिन आप जब इसको pd.getDummies यूज करेंगे इसके बाद और लेवल एनकोडर करेंगे तो वहाँ पर कुछ मिस मैच होगा, लाइक 0 to 70 के बाद 55 आ जाएगा, राइट? तो गलत है ना। सो 25 का 35, इसके बाद है 36 to 45, इसका भाई कॉपी कर देना, यहाँ पर जाना, इसके बाद इसका कर देना 3, राइट? इसके बाद है 45 के बाद है 46 to 50। लेट्स कॉपी दिस आउट। मैं स्लोली जा रहा हूँ, राइट? 4, इसके बाद है 50 से कहाँ पर है 51 से 55, इसका कॉपी करना है, यहाँ पे पैच कर दो, फिर है 5, इसके बाद है 55 प्लस इसको कर देना है 6। हो गया, काम तमाम हो गया। नाउ लेट्स चेक फॉर द df.head। देखो, आप देखो यहाँ पर क्या होया, what actually happening here in the age column, you can see 0, the 6 also, right? So this is how you can actually converting your categorical feature. You can handle the categorical feature into numerical one. There is another technique to do that. Let's show it out. So from scalar you can also do that. So let's do it for the age one. It's better, or gender, let's say gender. यहाँ पर करते हैं हम, let's say from sklearn.preprocessing we're going to import the label encoder. You can actually do the label encoder also, and let's create one initializer for label encoder. So then what you can do, you can simply do the feed transform, lbl.feed transform feed. You can also press the tab, and what you can do, you can simply pass here, मैं speed जा रहा हूँ यहाँ पर क्योंकि that's the second technique। एज को यहाँ पर पास कर दिया, एज को नहीं, हमको जेंडर को पास करना है, तो जेंडर को पास कर दिया। इसके बाद हम क्या करेंगे, फिट तो कर दिया ना, तो फिट करके किसका अंदर रखना है, हमको जेंडर का अंदर रखना है। हो गया, राइट? फिट हो गया, खत्म। ओके, नाउ व्हाट यू कैन डू, यू कैन सिंपली मेक ए कमेंट एंड रन द ऑल शेल फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग, रन ऑल। ओके, रन हो गया। देखो यहाँ पर कॉलम आ गया। ओके देखो यहाँ पर भी कन्वर्ट हो चुका है, कन्वर्ट हो चुका है। You can also do the same thing using the scale onto, right? You can use the pd.get dummies, you can also do map. So यहाँ पर हम 3 टेक्निक के बारे में सीखा। One is using the pd.get dummies, how you need to use. You have the level encoder, you have the mapping one, right? So आपको source समझ के आपको use करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर, right? Then what I can do now, you need to also handling the city categories. So let's checking for the city categories. Let's say city categories. Yes, भाई copy करना भाई city categories. Then what I can do, you can simply make it unique. So let's say unique. Now you can see it having just 1, right? 3. So you can also do the pd.get dummies, or also you can do the mapping. So let's do it for the level encoder. It's better. Let's do it for the level encoder. I'm just going to copy this out. This code level encoder. इसको कट करते हैं, राइट? सिटी कैटेगरीज कॉपी करते हैं, इसको यहाँ पर देते हैं, यहाँ पर देते हैं, हो गया खत्म। देखते हैं आप डीएफ, देखो भाई सिटी कैटेगरी भी कन्वर्ट हो चुका है, राइट? सो लेट्स मेक इट हैट। सो अच्छे से देखना है हैट। ओके फाइन। ओके नाउ ऑल आर कन्वर्टेड इनटू द न्यूमेरिकल, कन्वर्ट हो चुका है। सो लेट्स चेकिंग फॉर द df.info। ऑब्जेक्ट है, इंटीजर है, इंटीजर। ओ यहाँ पर एक ऑब्जेक्ट है, राइट? ओके, ओ इट्स हैविंग 4+। ओ इसको क्या करते हैं, इसको रिप्लेस करते हैं, राइट? इट्स बेटर यू कैन एक्चुअली रिप्लेसिंग दिस आउट, क्योंकि यहाँ पर एक 4+ है जिसको हमको रिप्लेस करना पड़ेगा। और यहाँ पर जो प्रोडक्ट 1, प्रोडक्ट 2 और प्रोडक्ट 3 है, वहाँ पर शायद कुछ मिसिंग वैल्यू है, उसको भी हम हैंडल करना पड़ेगा। सो नाउ व्हाट आई कैन डू, यू कैन सिंपली converting this stay in current city years, this 4+ into blank, right? I mean just 4, right? So what I can do, you can just copy this stay in current city year, then let's say df, and इसका अंदर देते हैं इसको city in year, then let's copy this out, इसको कॉपी करते हैं। then what I can do, you can make the string and you're going to replace, किसको रिप्लेस करना है भाई, मुझे इसको रिप्लेस करना है, हमको रिप्लेस करना है क्लास से ब्लैंक को। देखते हैं हो गया कि नहीं, df.add शायद हो जाएगा। हो गया 4। now let's checking for the informations, let's say info again। ओके अभी भी नहीं हुआ, ऑब्जेक्ट में नहीं हुआ, तो इसको क्या करना पड़ेगा, हमको इसका टाइप चेंज करना पड़ेगा। इसको टाइप हमको चेंज करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि वो ऑब्जेक्ट में है, इसको टाइप को चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो हम कैसे करेंगे इसको टाइप चेंज, तो यहाँ से हम कॉपी करेंगे, इसको कॉपी कर लिया। इसका बाद इस यहाँ पर एक फंक्शन है जिसे बोलते हैं एस टाइप, सो इन कर लेते हैं इसको, शायद आप हो जाएगा टाइप कंट्रोल। जैसे df.hat, हैट नहीं भाई, इंफॉर्मेशन लिखना था मुझे। अब हो गया in 32 64 हो गया। So product is nothing but the object, because it having some like p, so it may be the objects, so don't worry on that. Now what did it do, we need to also handling the missing value, right? We need to handle the missing value. If I go on the product 1 category 1 and the product category 2 and the product category 3, you can see here there are some missing value are available. For checking that, so what I can do, let's say handle the missing value handling, right? Handling, okay. So check करते कैसे, df.isNull, तो हम देखा था ना, क्या है ना, वही जो पांडास के सीरीज में वहां पर देखा था हम लोग। सो यहाँ पर बहुत सारी मिसिंग वैल्यू है, प्रोडक्ट 2 पे है, प्रोडक्ट 3 पे है, पर्सेस में तो होगा क्योंकि we combine the test and the training, so we don't need to focus it, we just need to focusing the product category 1. We need to focus on the product category 1. So let's checking for the product category 2 first. Just copy this out here from, let's say df, and I'm going to passing here the product category, इसका बाद क्या करना पड़ेगा भाई, इसका बाद यहाँ से let's checking for the unique value so that we can get some idea regarding my data. Well, so this is nothing but one distinct value, 6, 14, 2, 8, 0, 15. It's not a fractional value, right? Not a continuous value. So what I can do, you can simply fill this missing value. Maybe we can drop this column, but it's quite informative, right? So if I checking for the correlation between the data, so let's say df.core. So you can check that it having some correlation with the data, right? Product category 1, product category 2. See that highly correlated. Some column are highly correlated, right? So we can drop them. We cannot drop them. See 0.54. So it's correlated actually. So what I can do, we can drop it. We can simply fill this missing value. Fill this missing value. So let's checking for the count also. That's for counts. That's a value counts. Which one? Value counts or value counts? Okay, value counts. Okay, like that. So let's checking for the value counts. Okay, यहाँ पर तो value है ना. So सबसे ज़्यादा कौन सा है 8.00. So we can replacing this value because this is nothing but one distinct type of value. So what I can do, we can simply replace this value using the mode, right? Using the mode. If it is a continuous value, we can replace this value with the mean value. So let's checking for the mode also. So let's say mode. So mode क्या आता है? Mode आता है 8.00. 8.00 हमारा mode है. Okay, fine. So if I'm trying to getting the value, so I need to give it 0. Okay, 8.00. So now what I can do, we can simply going to fill all the value, the null value is in this 8.0. Is in the 8.0. So what I can do, we can simply copy this, paste it here. Let's take some shell also. And then what I can do, we can simply paste it here and we can pass it. We are going to simply fill it using this product category, right? So I'm going to copy this out and I'm going to using the same thing dot fill the null value is in this mode. Now let's check now. So let's say df. Okay, df dot is null dot sum. यहाँ पर फंक्शन देना पड़ेगा क्योंकि इस null में फंक्शन है ना इसलिए. Okay, we handle the missing value of the product category 2. Now what I can do, you can simply checking for the same process for the product category 3. So what I can do, you can simply checking for the unique number in the product category 3 too. So 3, this one, let's check this is distinct or not. Okay, this one also distinct. So what I can do, you can simply do the same thing for the product category 3 too. Okay, इसका बना देते हैं 3, इसको भी बना देते हैं 3/3 हो जा. अब हो गया handle missing value. So missing value तो handle हो गया. So now we clean our data correctly. देखो भाई कितना मेहनत लगता है data clean करने का, right? So gender, age, occupation, city category, all the value is right now converted into a numerical column. Now what I can do, we can simply do some data analysis on this entire data because we handling all the missing value and we handling all the problems regarding our data set. Now you can simply do the exploratory data analysis, right? That's called the EDA, right? So what I can do first we simply do the count plot regarding our data set, that how many data are actually available inside our data set. I mean the gender and the product category number, the product category 2. So what I can do, you can simply using the count plot. So let's go on here. Let's go sns.count plot, and we can simply passing here my df. Let's checking for the first genders and pass it here, and let's check this out. And you can see this is the count plot regarding your gender. In the one, it's nothing but the male. That's mean most of the people in the Black Friday, they're buying a male, right? Male are mostly buying the product, right? So you can also change the style that so that you can do some styling. That's a plt dot style. Let's do some styling on that because this just looks so muddy. It's just like the मैटप्लॉटलिब बिकॉज ये इज सीबॉर्न, सो अच्छा तो होना पड़ेगा। सो स्टाइल यूज करते हैं 538 इसका बाद यूज करते हैं PLT, अरे भाई PLT डॉट फिगर का साइज देते हैं यहाँ पर। सो फिक्स साइज कितना देंगे यहाँ पर, ऐसे फिक्स साइज दे दो 32 दे दो, हो जाएगा शायद यहाँ से, देन हो जाएगा यहाँ से। वाह, नाउ इट्स लुक गुड राइट, पिछले बार से अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ओके, यू कैन सी हियर द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस, आई मीन हाउ मेनी वैल्यू आर अवेलेबल फॉर द मेल और द फीमेल। तो मुझे लगता है मेल बहुत इतना तो शॉपिंग नहीं करता, लेकिन तो शॉपिंग तक कर लिया यहाँ पर ब्लैक फ्राइडे में। So also let's checking for the distribution of the data set about the parsing, because purses is nothing but my target column. So let's checking for the distribution about the data. So let's say SNS dot, it is really distributed correctly or not. So this plot, and let's checking for the purses. So purses के बारे में देखते हैं, PURCH purses, okay, purse not purses. Let's give here the bean size. So beans, let's say 25 देते हैं इसको। Okay, let's checking for the distributions. हमारा जो purses है वो कि normally distributed है और नहीं है। Okay, distribution तो अच्छा है ना, distribution अच्छा है, quite good. Now let's checking for the count plot regarding the age. कौन सा एज यहाँ पर ज़्यादा मार्केटिंग करते हैं यहाँ पर। वाह, 2 पे तो 2 कौन सा है, 2 है, हम तो मैप किया था यहाँ से ना, 2 है हमारा, किधर गया, यहाँ पर है। 2 है 26 to 35। सो 26 से 35 जो है मेरे तरह, तो वो ज़्यादा शॉपिंग कर लिया ब्लैक फ्राइडे में राइट। सो देखो 2 पे मोस्ट देन, वाह बहुत ज़्यादा। सो सिंगल को देखते हैं यहाँ से, सिंगल और मेरिट से, आई मीन मटेरियल स्टेटस, इसको भी देखते हैं, लिखते हैं मेरिटल स्टेटस पे देखते हैं कि शादियाँ वगैरह है, नहीं सिंगल वगैरह है। वाह, सिंगल वगैरह तो ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं शायद। सो मेरिटल स्टेटस लेट्स से 0 मीन्स नहीं करा, 1 मीन शादीशुदा है। तो जो सिंगल है हमारा तरह, वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा शॉपिंग कर लिया भाई यहाँ पर। सो लेट्स चेकिंग फॉर द स्टेट इन सिटी नहीं चाहिए मुझे, ऑक्यूपेशन से करते हैं राइट, ऑक्यूपेशन से करते हैं। सो लेट्स चेकिंग फॉर द ऑक्यूपेशन 2, लेट्स कॉपी दिस आउट, हो भाई, लेट्स कॉपी दिस आउट एंड अगर पेस्ट दिस आउट, मैं स्लोली जा रहा हूँ यहाँ से, ऑक्यूपेशन जस्ट कॉपी दिस आउट, कॉपी करते हैं यहाँ से एंड लेट्स मेक इट ऑक्यूपेशन, देखते आते हैं नहीं। यहाँ पर जो 4 नंबर के है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है राइट। सो दिस इज हाउ you actually explore your data set, the distributions, the count plot, that how many data are actually available. Now let's checking for the visualization based on the target column. So let's do it, let's say visualizations में अच्छा slowly जा रहा हूँ, age versus purses, okay. So visualization करते हैं age और purses के अंदर। So for visualization the age and the purses, what you can do, you can simply using the SNS.barplot. So barplot में ज़्यादा अच्छा देखेगा। So you're going to passing here my age, then you're going to passing here my purses. So purchase को यहाँ पर देते हैं in the hue, let's making for the gender, let's say hue, gender को देते हैं, इसके बाद मेरा डेटा को पास करना पड़ेगा, पास कर दिया। अब देखो भाई यहाँ पर पास तो कर दिया, कुछ टाइम लगेगा यहाँ पर राइट, क्योंकि डेटा एनालिसिस जब करते हैं ना, आपको स्लोली करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत कुछ है यहाँ पर, और डेटा से तो काफ़ी लंबा भी हो, तो इसलिए काफ़ी लंबा भी हो सकता है, आई मीन ट्यूटोरियल तो लंबा हो गया क्योंकि यहाँ से या यू कैन सी हियर बेस्ड ऑन द डेटा जेंडर female are most parsing things, right? I mean female का एज है ज़्यादा, 0 no sorry 0 is a female, 1 is a male, that's mean मेल मेल तो मैंने बोल दिया यहाँ पर काउंट प्लॉट पे मेल ज़्यादा है। तो यहाँ पर देख रही है हम जो पर्सेस के बारे में जेंडर पे मेल ज़्यादा है, आई मीन मेल आर बाइंग एक्चुअली मैन इज हायर देन द वुमेन, राइट? पहली बार हुआ है यहाँ पर in this data set. So let's checking for the another column too. So let's checking for the purses or the product category. Product category के बारे में देखता है यहाँ पर product category. Better you can checking for the material status. So single ने ज़्यादा shopping किया और merit ने. Let's copy this out now here. यहाँ से copy करते हैं, यहाँ से paste करते हैं, देखते हैं हम। टाइम लगेगा कुछ क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लंबे डेटा सेट यहाँ पर लोड होने वाला है, इसलिए तो यहाँ पर देखते हैं हम ओमेन तो हर गया क्योंकि ब्लैक फ्राइडे में तो मेल ने शायद एक्चुअली मेल को तो अपना परिवार संभालना पड़ता है शायद, इसलिए so 1 पे मेल है, so male are also the most in this case based on the genders. So this is how you can actually explore your whole data set regarding all the columns. So it's your homework to do that. आपको यहाँ पर करना पड़ेगा. Then what I can do, now you're going to simply going to break down this data set in the train, test and split, so that while you are building any machine learning model, you can actually do this thing to do the train, test and split. So this is nothing but called the feature scaling. So let's checking for that. Okay. So यहाँ पर तो हम data analysis के बारे में जाना था. So now we're going to do the feature scaling. So let's do the feature scaling. Feature scaling करते हैं हम. काफी important होने वाला है. Okay. So now what I can do, we have the two data set. We have two data set. There's one is called a training and another one is called a testing. So now we need to making the X column and the Y column. X and the Y, X is dependent and Y independent features, right? I mean the target column, simple target column and X are the feature column. Now what I need to do, we need to divide them, the data set into the train, test and split. But the question is, when you are trying to convert them, I mean when you are trying to break them into the train, test, split, if you see, we combine the whole data set. Called the training data set and the testing data set. Now, in this case, when you're trying to divide them, you get some null value in the parses column. So that's why we need to actually take in the parses inside our testing data. We need to actually remove them, and the training data. In the training data, we need to also checking them. So let's checking that is there any null value available inside my testing data or not. So let's say df, and I have to pass in here my df of parses. So PURCHA parses, and let's checking for the is null. Let's say is null. Is there any null value or not? Is null, like that. So let's checking for the df test. df test से तो शायद तो निकल गया है यहाँ पर सारे वैल्यू तो नॉन में कन्वर्ट हो चुका है, राइट? So what I can do, okay, simply dropping this column from the train. Train से हमको drop parses को drop कर दिया ना. Then what I can do, you can simply convert them into the X and the Y. So it's better we can do it for the training one, right? So let's say df.train, it's not train actually, df underscore train dot head. Now we're checking this one. यहाँ पर है हमारा ओके पर्सेस वगैरह है, लेकिन यहाँ पर तो हम क्या किया, इसको तो कन्वर्ट कर चुका है ना हम यहाँ पर. We convert them into the numerical column, category column, the numerical column. So now from the data set of the df.train, df data set, we need to remove this parses column. If I'm checking for my df dot head see, we actually pre-process a data set. We convert them the categorical to the numerical, but in the persist column, there is some value are missing. Some value are missing in the persist column because we combine them. We combine them. So that's why you need to actually remove some null value. Remove some null value. If you're checking for that, there's some all the null value in the testing data. So that's why what I need to do, we need to just taking the column which don't have the null value, which don't have the null value. So for that, we are going to using here the df of train, and I'm going to using here a technique to actually uh, remove the persist column. That's a persist. So persist purchase, okay, purchase, and let's say if is null, how many value are null actually here, and then I'm going to remove all of them. So let's say d of the train, let's checking for that now. Let's say head, let's checking for that all the value are converted to null, is null. Okay, यहाँ पर तो null आ रहा है ना, जो value null है यहाँ पर. Okay, got it. I need to making here one sign to make it perfect now. शायद काम करेगा यहाँ पर. अब काम कर गया, अब तो काम कर गया, right? So we actually removing the testing column, because see one thing, in the testing one we don't have the value, but we actually append the whole data, we concatenate the whole data, and we do the pre-processing on the data set. Now when you're trying to making them into the x and the y, we need to also removing the persist which value are null. So this is how you actually removing the persist value from your data set. Now your data is clean, df.train is clean. Now you can actually convert them into the x and the y. I mean, you can actually making the dependent and the independent features. So let's say x equal to df train drop. Then what I can do, you can simply parse here the persist, क्योंकि हमको persist को नहीं चाहिए x पे. Let's make it x is equal to 1, क्योंकि column को हमको यहाँ से cut करना है. x हो गया. Now what I can do, you can simply checking for the x dot head. So let's the x dot head जो है हमारा features column. So in this column you don't have the persist one. You don't have the persist one, right? यहाँ पर persist नहीं है. That's mean in the y, what I can do, you can simply put it inside my y. So let's say y equal to df underscore train. Then I'm going to passing here my persist. See, now we're converting this data into the x and the y. X mean all of the features column, and the y is nothing but my target class. Now what I can do, you can simply using the train test split to divide my whole data set. So for that, what I can do, you can simply using here the sklearn, but we don't learn about this sklearn yet, but we will learn about that in the later on. But one thing, just remember, while you're trying to building any machine learning model, you need to divide your data set into train, test, and split. For the training, you need to have the 80% of the data, and in the testing, you need to have the 20% of the data. So from sklearn dot model selections, we're going to importing the train, test, and split. Okay, right? So importing here the train, test, split. Now what I can do, you can simply pass my x-axis, I mean my x data, the dependent and independent features, and I need to give here the test size also. Let's say give here test size. So test size देते हैं यहाँ पर. So test size, let's give him here 0.2, 20% of the data, and let's give here on random state, so that you don't actually changing this state. Let's say give it 42. And now we're going to making them in the x train and the y train. So let's say x train and the x test. Oh bye. Then we're going to making this y train and the y test like that. Now divide this data into train, test, and split. Okay, train, test, split. Oh bye. पर 2 बार हो चुका है शायद इसलिए. Okay, now it's done. So if we're checking for the shape of the x, let's checking for the shape of the x. So this is a shape, and let's checking for the shape of the y. So y का shape देखते हैं यहाँ से shape. Okay, fine. It's the shape of the y. It's just having the 1, and the shape of the x just having the 2 row, right? 2 columns, sorry. Now divide them data set into train, test, and split. Train, test, and split. So in the data set, we can also drop this product ID. So अच्छा होगा हम product ID को drop करते हैं. So but we actually convert this data set into train, test, split. So हमको क्या करना पड़ेगा यहाँ से? df जो train है ना वहाँ से हमको drop करना पड़ेगा. So x train यहाँ से हमको यहाँ से drop करना पड़ेगा कौन सा product ID, क्योंकि हमको product ID नहीं चाहिए. This one is nothing but one categorical value, so we don't need the product ID, which one is not important. So we're going to make it x is equal to true, or let's say x is equal to 1 and in place equal to true, in place equal to true. See, in the y column is don't have the product ID because this is nothing but my target class. So that's why in the x-axis, I mean in the x features, you actually dropping the product ID. So for the test also. So ho gaya, drop the ho gaya. Okay, so this is how actually you can drop the columns for the product ID and inside your x train and the x test, right? So well, so now what you can do, you can simply doing the feature scaling, and you can train your model using some machine learning algorithm. So now my question is it a classification problem or the regression problem? So if I checking my data set, that's called the process column. If I go up and if I checking my training data set, and if I checking for the process column, so this is not a classification problem. This is nothing but one regression problem, right? Regression problem. It's nothing but the value about the continuous value, right? Based on the category, you need to predict the value. That's mean this is nothing but one regression types of problems. So now what I can do, you can simply do the feature scaling. So for that, we're going to be importing from sklearn. So we didn't actually learn about the sklearn yet, but I'll try to cover up something. Just think about it, that how it actually works. Preprocessing, we're going to be importing here the standard scalar, right? Then what I can do, you can simply creating here one instance of that. Let's say sc equal to standard as standard scalar. Then we can simply do the fit transform and the transforms, right? Fit transform and the transforms. Now the question is when you should do the fit transform and when you need to do the just transform, right? In the training data set, you need to do the fit transform. You need to fit your model with the data, and the testing you don't need to do the fit, just you need to transform the data. So for that, you're going to using here the fit transform for the which data, x train data, and then you need to do the simply using the transform for your test data. Just transform the test data. So let's make it test. Okay, now let's try to make it in the inside the x train. It's actually converting your data set in a simple range 0 to -1 or -1 to 0, like that, right? So that your model try to predict it correctly, right? Okay, let's make it test. Now simple. So now if I try to check for the x train, so x train, okay, so not x dot train, is called the x train, and you can see here all the value are actually converted into -1 to 0. Now you can apply some machine learning algorithm like regression algorithm, like linear regressions, the logic regressions, the all kind of regression types of algorithm you can actually apply to predict your purchase, right? So this is how the Black Friday data set actually we actually exploring the data actually, right? That how can you handle the missing value, how can you handle in the categorical variable, how can you do the visualization and checking the data set. I mean how your data actually tell about the data. I mean columns, and you can do the count plot, you can do the visualization, the distribution about the data, all the things you can actually know about your regarding your data set, right? And how can you divide your data set in the training, test, and split, and how can you prepare for the machine learning algorithms, and how can you choose that is it x, is it nothing but a regression problem or a classification problem. So that's it for today. Now in the next tutorial, we're trying to do some we're trying to do some more projects regarding this EDA and the feature engineering part. So पिछले ट्यूटोरियल में हम ब्लैक फ्राइडे डेटा सेट को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से एक्सप्लोर किया था. So which one is nothing but the project number 1. Now this is the project number 2 where you are going to building the applications So using the application, we can do some analysis on the data, see the property of the data, and also do some visualizations. So first what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to import here the Streamlit and also importing the data analysis library that is available inside the Python. So let's say I'm going to import here the Streamlit as st. So Streamlit is nothing but a library in Python. Using this, you can creating here the web application without using the HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. So which one is more useful when I'm trying to building any machine learning model, right? For the development purpose, right? Then I'm going to import here all the EDA library that is actually available inside the Python. And we already know about that. And I already make the videos about that. What is the pandas and what is the NumPy. Okay, let's say I'm going to import here the pandas as PD. Then I'm going to import here the NumPy as NP. Then I'm going to import here the Matplotlib. So Matplotlib lib.pyplot as PLT. Then I'm going to import here the Seaborn. Let's say I'm going to import here the Seaborn as SNS. Import Seaborn. Okay, Seaborn hoga, right? Seaborn as SNS. Fine. Then what I'm going to do, I am simply going to the aggregations of that. I'm just going to simply using here some Matplotlib by default floating types. Let's say I'm going to use here Matplotlib dot use so that our application looks much better. So let's say agg. Okay, this is nothing but my types of that how the graph is looks like. For that, I also import here the matplotlib, just matplotlib. You can see here this is the pyplot and this is nothing but a matplotlib. For just for the styling purpose, I'm going to using the matplotlib.use as the aggregations. So those are the library for the EDA, and this is the library for building the web applications for the development purpose. Now what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to create here a function. Let's call def main, and inside this function I'm trying to make it right now pass. Okay, pass. Then what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to call it, let's say if name equal to main. So it's also suggest me, okay, let's say name equal to main, name equal to main. I'm just going to simply calling these functions. So let's say main, then I'm simply going to call in this function. Let's call the main functions. Okay. So now the question is, how can you run in these applications? See, this command line is quite different. So if I go on here and go on the terminal, new terminal, and I'm going to type here a command that's called not Python, and to use here the streamlit run and your file name main.py, and it will run in this application on your local website, or not a website, actually local browsers, right? So you can see here it will running up and down, and in a few seconds it will open in these uh, applications, right? You can see here the application is opening. Okay, let's close this one, WhatsApp, and also another one. And you can see local host, it's running in the local host 8501, and you can see running, right? So well, you can see here it is running up and down, and you can see mate with the Streamlit, but it don't have any features, I mean any tags here. So what I can do, you can simply going to add here some text. Let's say I'm going to add here two activities. I'm going to do the EDA, the exploratory data analysis, and also the plotting. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to create here one activity list. So activities, that's activities, and I'm trying to put it inside the list. Let's call EDA. So when I select the EDA from my drawer, and it can do the EDA or the exploratory data analysis of the data. And let's say I have another things that's called the plots. So when you select the plots, we can we can actually select some plot like area plot or the bar plot or the pie plot, whatever plot it's available inside these activities, you can select it from here. So let's say what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to choices from the one side box as a select box. So what I can do, I can do using the st dot sidebar, because this is in my sidebar of the application. If I go on the applications, in this sidebar, I'm trying to create here one drop down button. Here we have the EDA and also plot. So when I select the EDA, we can see the data set in Explorer where let's it have the how many column it have, or the correlation matrix, all of them, right? So then what I can do, I'm going to give here the select box. So let's say select box, this one. Now inside the select box, I'm going to give here one command that's called the select activity, like that, select activities. And also one more thing, when you're actually building the applications, you can also open this, you can also run these applications, it will automatically actually saving all the files. Then what I can do, I'm simply going to giving here my activities. Just going to pass my activities, and let's make it inside one variable that's called choice, right? Choices, like this way. Let's save it and go on here, and you can see here, and it also rerun. Better you can go on here and go on the settings, it having one settings, and when you run on save, it will automatically run in this application. So, and it also reloaded right now. So when you reload it, it will run in the application, and in the sidebar you can see here EDA and also on float. See, you can see EDA and the float. So now when you select the EDA, we have one box for uploading the dataset, and there's some property like it having how many column it have, or the show the data frame also, right? So for that, what you can do, you can simply go on here and select the choices from here. So let's say if the choices equal to, let's say, EDA. Just say I am select the choice as EDA. Then one actually uh, one actually what is called actually upload button actually happening up. Let's say I'm trying to uploading here one data set. So let's say inside my folder it have a data set called the training.csv. I'm trying to uploading this data set, right? Just going to creating here an upload button, right? So what I can do, it can simply give here one subheader. Let's say st.subheader. Okay, subheader, and I'm going to give here, let's say, okay, its choice is equal because this is the boolean, right? When you select the choice is equal subheader, right? Then I'm going to give here, let's say, EDA, or you can say exploratory data analysis, exploratory. Okay, it's go be the Tori. Okay, Tori data analysis. Okay, fine. Now what I can do now, we can simply upload here one file. So for that, let's say data equal to st dot file uploader, simple file uploader, and I'm going to give here, let's say, upload a data set. So upload a data set. Then what I can do, I'm simply going to give here some type, that how many type you are going to upload the data set. So upload the data set maybe in the CSV file, or maybe the Excel file or the TXT file. Let's say give you the TXT file right now. Okay. So now I need to check that if the data is null or not. I mean, when you don't select any data, so why should it give you some property of the data? So it's not none. Okay, none. It's not none. That's when you have the data. Then what I can do, you can simply read it. So let's say pd dot read csv, pd dot read csv, right? Read csv. Then what I can do, I'm going to simply pass my data, and then I'm going to also show it inside my Streamlit application. So for that, I'm going to use here the st dot the data frame, and inside this data frame, I'm going to pass here my df dot head. Fine. Well, okay. So that's it. It's now loading the data. So if I'm trying to save it now and go on my applications, and if I reload it, okay, if I reload it, then what will happen, you can see here the exploratory data analysis and upload a data set. Then what I'm going to do, I am simply going to upload here a file. Let's click on the browse file, and let's select this one, train.csv. If I click on open, it will upload in the file, and you can see running, and our data set is loaded as a data frame. Okay, data set is loaded as just like a data frame. See how cool is it, right? So you can see all the data frame, all the data, right? That's really cool, and you can see the UI is much more better. Okay, so now we can add some property, like we can see the shape of the data, we can see the correlations between the data, we can select some column on the data, you can see the summary of the data, you can see the KD, I mean the description of the data, you can see the information regarding the data. So you can do that. So let's say go on here and try to add here some checkbox. So let's say if st dot checkbox. Okay, checkbox, just adding one checkbox. So when you select the checkbox, then you can actually see the, let's see the shape. So let's say I'm going to see the shape, show shape, and inside that I'm going to show the shape of the data. So in order to getting the shape of the data, simply I'm going to use here the st.write, and I'm going to pass here st.write df.shape, just like that, just like the pandas, right? So now what I can do, we can copy this out. So let's say I'm going to see the shape of the data, I'm going to see the data shape, let's say data info. So let's say info. Okay, and I'm going to checking for, let's say, copy. I'm going to checking for the, let's say I'm going to checking for the description. So let's say describe. describe. Okay, that's it. I'm going to select save all the file and go on the tab. Go on the applications and reload it. Then you can see here, okay, there are multiple checkbox widget are the same generate key. So let's go on here and see what happened. Okay, info. Okay, it's the describe, show describe. That's why. Save it now and go on here again and try to reload the applications. Right? Okay, now it's loading. You can show shape, the show informations, the show descriptions. If I click at the browser file, now select the train.csv and our file is loaded. So let's click on here, show shape, and you can see the shape of the data. It have 81 columns, right? Let's show informations. Okay, none. Show describe. You can see the describe, it is describe the data. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's really fine. I think info don't have, it's not like functions. I think so. df.info, I think like that. Okay, let's run this now. And you can see just like the count and the mean and also the standard deviations and 25% percentile, 50% percentiles, all of them showing up, right? Okay, show shape, the show informations. Okay, it's information regarding, okay, it's showing the data frame informations. Okay, no problem, we can remove this out, no problem. The data describe, and you can see here it actually describe the data count, the mean, standard deviations, mean, the maximum value, the 25%, the 50%, and the 75% percentile. Okay, so let's remove it now. Don't need it right now. Okay, fine. We see the description of the data. Now let's say I'm going to select some column for particular column. Just I'm going to select here some column from the data set and I'm trying to show it, right? So for that, what I can do, we can simply create here another checkbox. Let's see if, okay, why should it make it caps lock? Caps lock ये हो जाता है भाई, checkbox लगाता है, लगा दो भाई सब, लगा दो यहाँ से. So let's say I'm trying to show some column. So let's say show column देखते हैं, right? So to getting, show the column. So what I can do, we can using here the all the column in a list. So let's say df.columns dot to list okay, list कर लिया. इसके बाद क्या करेंगे आपको, we can simply passing all the column, let's say all column inside the variable, just like that, basics one. So now I'm going to do the coding first. मुझे first करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि tutorial तो लंबा हो जाएगा इसलिए. Okay, then what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to st.write. Then I'm going to pass in here my all the columns. Okay, so using this, when you select the show columns, it will show all the properties that is actually available inside your data set, and you also describe our data. Now what I can do, let's say I'm going to select some columns on that. Let's say I'm going to select the sales type or the sales price or the sales condition columns. Then it will show me another kind of data set, just one selected data frame. So for that, what I can do, we can simply, you can also check that the just dividing the data set in some columns or row. So let's say st.checkbox, just like that, checkbox, and I'm going to give here. Okay, I'm going to give here. Okay, इसको और छोटा करते हैं. Okay, चला गया. Okay, no problems. If I go on the terminal again, so let's say new terminal, and you can see here it running also, right? Okay, no problem right now. Okay, so then what I can do, we can simply give here the show selected column. So when you using the show column, it will show you all the column that is available inside your data frame. Then let's say show column, I'm going to select some column from the data set. So let's say st.multiset. Okay, multi-select and multiple select. So let's say I'm going to give here, that's a select columns. Okay, columns. Okay, then inside that I'm going to pass here my all columns. So all columns, this one, this all columns. Now let's say selected column, just like the variables columns. So st.multi-select, just selecting the multiple columns. Then I'm going to select all the column inside my data frame. So let's say df, and inside that I'm going to pass here my selected column. Then I'm going to pass it, let's say this is nothing but my new data frame, new df. Okay, then simply going to use my st.dataframe. So in order to show the data frame, so data frame, I'm going to pass here my new data frame, new df. It's like that. Save it now, go on the applications and reload it, right? Reload it. And let's select the data set from here, train.csv. Okay, Streamlit has no attribute called the checkbox. Okay, checkbox नहीं है. Okay, checkbox, checkbox. ओह भाई, स्पीड में कर रहा हूँ शायद इसलिए. ओके, स्लोली जा रहा हूँ, कोई बात नहीं, दिक्कत का. डिलीट कर लिया, डिलीट तो कर लिया. आप सिलेक्ट करो, ट्रेन पे जाओ, ओपन किया. इसके बाद क्या करेंगे, शो शेप, शेप देखा, डिस्क्राइब भी हो चुका है. शो कॉलम्स, ऑल द कॉलम्स. ओ माय गॉड, देयर आर सो मेनी कॉलम्स, 81 columns inside this data set. Show the selected columns. So choose an option, let's say select the street. Okay, street, and you can see select the street row column, how it look like. Let's say ID, and also let's say the paid drive, habit drive. So let's select another one, let's select the sell price. Okay, this is how you can create here a new data set, right? Select the column from there and you can create here a new data set. That's really awesome, right? Is it awesome? Just give a like. Okay, okay, fine. So now what you can do, you can also checking for the value counts. So let's say I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's say select the value. Okay, let us show the value count. So what I can do, we can value count, I mean how many value are available. So let's say counts. So you can use the df.ilog. So for that, we can do, we can simply use the st.write, and from the data set, let's say df.ilog, I log, just for the last one, just without the last one, we can do the value count. I mean all the one you do to all of them. I'm just going to select all of the columns, and I'm going to show the value counts. So what I can do, we can simply using the value counts. So let's say counts, just like that, value counts. Okay, so using this one, you can actually counting the values. Now let's see the correlation matrix, that how can you plot in the correlation matrix. And you can see this is nothing but information regarding the data. Now we're going to see that how can I do the plotting using Matplotlib and also the Streamlit that is available, right? So let's say if the st.checkbox, then inside that, let's say the correlation, so correlation matrix, like that. Okay, correlation matrix. Let's try to use the correlation matrix using the plt dot matshow, right? Matshow. Then what I can do for the matrix, we can pass here my correlation df.core, the correlation functions, and we can also pass it inside st. So let's say st dot pyplot. That's it. st dot pyplot, and it is showing this matrix as a correlation matrix. Let's save it now, and let's reload it now again. Okay, and if I click on here, and let's train.csv, and let's say I'm trying to show the correlation matrix. Okay, it's not showing up. Okay, it's showing up, and you can see here the correlation matrix of the data. Okay, it's the subplot. You are calling the st.pyplot without any argument. After December 1st, 2022, we will remove the ability to record using Matplotlib figure, which one is not thread safe. For proof this code, you can pass the figure as shown below. So, okay, Scatter just passing here the figure as a subplot. Okay, that's another way you can also do it. So you can see this is the correlation matrix, how the correlation matrix looks like is the Matplotlib. So let's say I'm going to do it using the heat map. Okay, let's do it using the heat map. I'm going to copy this out now. Okay, I'm going to pass it here. Let's say I'm going to do it using the Seaborn, because using Matplotlib is quite looking odd. So let's say do it using the Seaborn. Seaborn के मदद से करते हैं. So let's say I'm going to using here the st.write. So let's say st.write, and inside that I'm going to pass here my sns.heatmap. So let's say sns.heatmap. So you already import here the Seaborn as sns, and I'm going to pass here my df.correlations, df.correlations, and let's say make the annotate should be true. So let's say annotate should be true, so that is look the annotated. Okay, then just like the st.py plot. Okay, let's save it now and go in here, and let's going to reload it, and I'm going to click here to select the file train.csv and to reload these files, and let's see the Seaborn one. Okay, let's see. Okay, no problems. Just give me this kind of error. Okay, it's your work to handle it out, right? Okay, you can see the correlation matrix, all of the column, because there are so many columns are available, so that's why this data set is quite big, right? So let's select another one. It's better we can select another one, right? So click here the browse file, and inside this data set, but this is also quite big. Let's select this one, test.csv. Okay, show the shape, and let's see for the correlation matrix. Okay, now it looks good. You can see the correlation matrix. So let's select also this one. Okay, this one also good. And you can see here it having the correlation matrix with the data set. So let's see the describe, the show columns, how many columns are available. It having the 10 columns. So show the value counts. Value counts is also showing up, the how many value are available. You can also checking for the missing value. Okay, this is how you can actually plotting also the correlation matrix. Then you can also plot for the pie plotters of that how many data are available inside your data set. So for that you can also do the pie plot. So it's your work to do that how can you do the pie plot also. I mean, for the distribution of the data, how many percentages are available inside the each data frame, right? Now our ed is completed. Now let's checking for the plots. Okay, so for that what I can do, we can check that if choices. So let's say choices equal to, let's say this is nothing but my plot. So plot like that, plots or plots. Okay, so if it is plots, then what I can do, we can add here one subheader. Let's say st.subheader, and inside this subheader, let's call the data visualization. Let's say data visualizations like that. So let's save it now and check this out. It is really working or not. So let's select here the browse file and test.csv. Then what I can do, we can simply select for the, okay, select for this one plots, and you can see the data visualization. It's also working fine. Well, now we're going to do some analysis on the data. We're going to select here the data on the our file uploader, using the file uploader. Then we can do some visualization on that, right? So now what I can do, we can simply add here one file uploader so that we can upload the file also, just like we do in the EDA part also. So for that, what I can do, we can simply copy this out, this data equal to st.file uploader. I'm just going to copy this out and I'm going to paste it here. Let's paste it. Or you can also add here some another type also, like Excel. If you have the Excel file, you can also read it using the pd.read CSV also, right? So for that, what I can do, you can simply also add it. Let's say xlsx like that. Okay, data. So same things you need to also give here like that for checking that if the data is null or not. Just I'm going to copy this all of the things. Just copy this one also. Copy this one, and I'm going to paste it here. So if the data is not the none, then we are going to reading the data from our folder that you selected, and we're going to show it just like a data frame, right? So now what we can do, we can actually checking for the count, that how many value are available, and using this we can create some bar plot, right? So to do that, let's say if st dot again checkbox, and if this is, let's say, show the value count. I just wanted to show the value count, that how many value are available inside the each column. So let's say show value count, okay, like that, value count, just showing the value count as just like a bar plot, right? As the bar plot. So let's say counts, Then what I can do, I am simply going to using my df.ilog, the value counts, so that we actually do earlier. So I'm just going to copy this out from here, this value counts also, copy this, and I'm going to convert them in a float, so value counts dot float. Okay, and inside this float I need to give here the floats type. What kind of float that you're going to you're going to float, right? So let's say kind equal to bar float, right? I'm going to make it, let's say, bar float. Okay, so counts, I mean it should be the value counts, and inside that I'm going to give here one kind of float that's called the bar float. So for that, what I need to do, I need to give here st dot, again, py plot, right? Okay, that's it. So well, now what I can do, we can simply go on our browsers to checking that. So this is our browsers, and it's loaded. And if I go on the plots also, and you can see here, drag and drop the file here. So let's click to browse file, and I also add here one file here that's called a diabetes.csv. Okay, this is the quite simple one. Okay, just having 24 kb, so it is so quite a little bit data set. That's why I'm going to use it here for loading purpose. And you can see it loading, and it have the few column, but in the train.csv it have 81 column. So which one is taking much more amount of time to loading the data set? So if I click here the show value count, and you can see it will show the value counts, that how many value are available inside my data set. I mean inside the data set, the outcome value is showing up. You can see outcome having the 0 and the 1. So using this, you can see that if the data is the imbalance or the balance, just like that. Okay, you can also click here to save the file, save as an image. You can also do that, right? So this is how the show value count actually work in cases, I mean for the counting purposes. Okay, then now what I can do, we can simply use all kind of float that are available inside our pandas library. So for that, what I can do, we can use the df dot columns, just going to getting all the columns from our list. So let's say columns dot to list, and I am going to store it inside the variable that's called the all column that we did do earlier in also the EDA part also. If I checking this out, you can see all columns just like that. Okay, so let's say all columns. Okay, columns, columns. Okay, df dot columns dot to list. Then what I can do now, we are going to create here one list of the float, that how many float are available and how many float you are going to float them, right? Just like that. So let's say st dot select box. Let's say select box, and inside that, let's say uh, select floating type. Select float type. Let's type me the code. Then you can actually understand what actually happening inside it here. So I need to give here my float. I mean, how many float are available? Let's say area float, and we have the bar float, and we have the line float, right? Just like the scatter float, line float. Then we have the hist float, that's called the histogram float. Then we have line float, the histogram float. Then we have the box float also. So let's say box float. So box float, and we have the KD, that's a kernel density functions, KDE, kernel density. So that's are the float are available inside the pandas, right? So now what I can do, we can simply going to store it inside a variable. Let's call it type of plots. So let's say t. Okay, hey, what actually having type of plot, just like that. Okay, well, so we have the type of the float, and we have all the column. Now what I can do, we can simply select all of them, right? So for that, what I can do, we can simply use the st dot multiple select. I mean from these types of plot, you're going to select, let's say I'm going to select the area plot. So based on the selection, it will showing the area plot of the data set. Simple, just like that. So let's say I'm going to give here one tag, let's say call select columns. Okay, just like this, to float, and I'm going to pass here my all the columns name. So let's say all columns. I'm going to pass it here, all the columns. That's it for the multiset. Now the column is selected. So let's say selected columns. Okay, okay. So now if I save it now and go on here, and if I reload it, and if I go on here, the floats, and okay, local variable df reference before assignment. all column df dot columns dot to list. So it getting some error. Okay, let's go on here. So while it's actually happening, because of I need to put this on inside my this data is not none. So that's why it's actually giving me this kind of error. And also this checkbox is also need to be give here inside my data is not none. Otherwise it give me the error, because first it is checking for the is the data is none or not. Then it can do the operation, right? So that's why it gave me this kind of error. Okay. So now what I can do, we can also close it out. Then what I can do, if I'm trying to save it and checking for here, let's say checking for here, and try to reload it now and go on the plots, and you can see now you don't have any error. Let's say browse file name, let's say data.csv, and if I'm trying to show the value count, and you can see the value count is showing up, and you can see the select plotting type. Let's say I'm going to select the line plot, and you can see select column to the plot. I mean, how many, you can see all the columns are coming up, blood pressure, you can select any of them, then you can do the plotting, right? Line plot or the bar plot, whatever you can do, right? So then what you can do, let's go on here, and now I'm going to create here one button so that we can actually plot it out. So for that, what I can do, we can simply checking for that. Let's if the st dot button, just I'm going to add here a button. So when you click this button, then our plot is generated just like that. Let's say generate plot, let's say generate plot like that. Okay, generate plot like that. Then what I can do, we can say, we can give here one, let's say success. We can just give here one command that yes, plotting is I mean the plotting is generated. I plot is generated, plot is generated, plot is generated, right? Just like that. Okay. So now what we can do, we can simply checking that which types of plot is actually selected in our drop down box or the select box. So let's say I'm going to go on here. If the type of plots, I mean this type of plots, let's say is equal to area. It's just like area plot. So what I can do, we can simply go on our data set and checking for the selected column. Let's say df, and inside the df we have the selected column, I mean which column is selected, and this is the selected columns. From all the columns, is it is area plot, I mean is it any columns in our data set. So what I can do, this is nothing but our new df. So new extracted df. Okay, let's just like that, started df equal to df dot selected column. And what I can do, we can simply use here st dot area plot. So st dot area chart, and inside that we're going to passing here our new extracted df, just like that, just like that. So all are the same as it is for the all of the plot, just bar plot or the line plot or whatever, right? So what I can do, we can simply going to copy this out, the area plot, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so just I'm going to change it out. Let's say this is nothing but one area plot. Then we have our bar plot, so let's say bar plot, and we have our line plot, so let's say line plot. And then what I can do, we are going to bar area plot, the bar plot, and the line plot. So what you can do, you can make it the bird chart, right? Bird chart, and you need to make it line chart, line chart, line chart. But in st, I mean the Streamlit, the area plot, the bar plot, the line plot is available, but the hist plot, the box plot, and the caddy is not available, right? So for that, you need to do something new. So let's say else. From that, you're going to simply going to copy this thing that's called a new started df, the column that is selected. Then what I can do, you're going to simply use here the float, I mean the float that actually you used earlier in the value counts also. Then inside this float, you're going to give here the float type. So kind equal to the float types is nothing but my types of float that is actually selected, right? I'm going to pass it here. Then what I can do, we can simply call that st.write, st.write, and st.write, you're going to pass here our the new extracted float. You can say df float, let's say df float. I'm going to copy this out, and I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to use the st.py plot, st.py plot. That's it. That's it. Our code is ready right now. Our code is ready. Simple as it is. Simple as it is. Now let's go on here, these applications, and I'm going to reload it now. And better you can go on the full screen mode also. Okay, so let's say I'm selecting from the browse file. Let's select the diabetes.csv. Click here to open this file. Our file is loaded. Let's show the shape. This is our shape. Show the describe. This is the nothing but the descriptions of the dataset count, the mean, the standard deviations, mean 25%, percentile 50%, percentile, the 75%, also the maximum below. Show the columns हो show हो जा 9 columns it have. इसके बाद है show selected column. Let's I'm going to select here the glucose. I'm going to select here the skin thickness. I'm going to select here the age. Now I'm going to select here the outcome. And based on that, you can see here my new data frame is created. Cool. Then we have the show value counts. Value count show हो गया, outcome कितना है, right? Correlation matrix, Matplotlib वाला हो गया, इतना ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं है. Okay, click करते हैं यहाँ पर Seaborn वाला. शायद अच्छा होगा. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. And you can see here the pregnancies, the glucose, the blood pressures, all of them are showing up. You can also add so many of them. You can add so many of them. You can click here to fill the missing value. You can for checking for the handling the categorical value. You can also add all of them. Add all of them, right? So let's go on the plots and let's click at the browse file and let's select here the diabetes type. Click it to open and it is opening. Let's show value counts. It's showing the value counts that how many value are available for the 0 and the 1, because this is nothing but one classification problem, the outcome one, the last one. And then what I can do, you can select the plot type. Let's select column BMI. If I click here to generate plot, based on the BMI, it will generate the plot, right? Generate the plot. You can see the BMI, it will generate the plot. That's really cool. That's really cool. Let's select the glucose and click at the generate plot. And this is the area plot based on the, you can see, you can zoom in and zoom out also, right? BMI and the glucose. See how cool is it? It's the area plot. Okay, and let's checking for the bar plot also, bar plot. And let's click here to generate. Okay, you can see here nothing but this is the bar plot. And let's say based on the outcome, click here to generate plot now. And you can see based on the outcome, it will generate one plot, right? And let's checking for the histogram. Let's generate the plot. It will showing the histogram. Hope so. Yeah, you can see the histogram, right? This was the outcome. This is the BMI. Let's say I'm going to select here another one. Let's call it skin thickness. I'm going to make the outcome close and click at a generate plot. Now let's see plot generated. You can see here based on the BMI and skin thickness, it will generate the plot. So this is for today now, and we actually making one full applications using the Python and Streamlit. And this is the project number 2, and this is the last project in the data visualizations series. I mean for the DRW Python machine learning series. In the next part, you're trying to explore another Python library which one is required in machine learning, right? So hope you enjoyed this tutorial and make sure to subscribe to the channels and don't forget to hit the bell icon. And I'll be back with another tutorial. So till then, take care and bye bye.